Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Jika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan, "This is passion!" Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game SEA. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game bất tới như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Masakokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rasdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rasdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion.
Hello everyone, we've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 with the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-games tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esport. This year, we have 5 game titles join Top Clans. A total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Thai, and Malay, hoping to bring you the best esport experience. Today we'll present you guys Tom and Jerry Chase group stage competition of Top Clans 2020. Before we get started, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels for all Top Clan 2020's latest updates. Also, free gift codes will be given away from Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational. Remember to search Tom and Jerry Chase in Google Play and App Store. Be sure you already download Tom and Jerry Chase. Then you can use the gift code to redeem in-game gift. The redeem website is www.tjcgiftcode.com. If you cannot jump to the website, you can scan the QR code on the screen later. The detailed steps are as follows. First, choose your server. Then, enter your in-game ID. Next, enter the captcha code and click Confirm. Remember to enter TJSI 1115 and tap Redeem. Then you can check your in-game mailbox for the rewards. Our game will start very soon. Our wonderful casters will take it from here.
And welcome guys to the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational. We're going to be your commentators for this evening. My name is Chisto. Alongside me is Sayora. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling better right now, Chisto. Thank you so much for having me once again, guys. And again, this is the Top Clans Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational, where we will see the Group C, if I'm not mistaken, Chisto, because we already, battled it out yesterday with you and Articuno.
Yeah, you are correct with that. Today we will be figuring out who will be getting out of Group C, who did have a pretty intense match yesterday. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to find out who will be able to make it out of this group. I think Group C and D stacked up very well against the concluded groups A and B. And for today, we will be having some lower bracket matches here in our double elimination format. So some teams, unfortunately, will be ending their tournament run today.
With a whopping prize pool of $20,000. I mean, you would really like to go for the chase and go for some cheese right there, Chisto. But, for now, let's look at this. We have the gift code redeem guidance right here, guys. So to those who are watching, especially, you guys can get some in-game prizes here. All you have to do is go onto the website or scan this QR code. This is the steps on how to redeem such. Choose your server first, enter your in-game ID, you enter the captcha code that is indicated there, and press confirm. Today's code, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be TJSI 1115, and of course tap redeem. And when you log into the game, you will be receiving it in your in-game mailbox and enjoy some prizes.
Yeah, it's very easy to claim these freebies, but going back here, of course, we are still in the group stage format, which will be ending tomorrow, I believe. And of course, we're still in the best of 3 double elimination, and following that, it will become a single elimination for the top 8 remaining here. So we are nearing the end of our very long group stage, and we have seen some teams step up and rise to the occasion, and a lot of them have been performing quite well here, especially towards the later half of the group stage. And like you mentioned earlier, the prize pool is broken down as such. Of course, $20,000, a lot of money for the teams to split around. And you see the scoring rules here as well.
Yes, and of course, as we narrow down the respective groups that will be fighting for this prize pool, Chisto, I'm clearly excited on what our matches is going to pan out. And again, if you noticed earlier, that is going to be the winning conditions for the sides of both cat and mouse. And this time, ladies and gents, these are the respective groups that were divided according to their registration phase and their final rank matches. So right now, as you mentioned earlier, that you guys were able to really witness the stages of Group C from yesterday's match, and I reckon that there was a very dominating cat that was, really performing exemplary during that time.
Yeah, and here we are going to see the schedule. Hopefully, we get to see more of those cat players come out here. We'll be kicking it off with Space going up against Shadow. That is an upper bracket match to decide who moves on to our top 8. And following that, it will be the Avengers going against Left here in our lower bracket match. So loser will unfortunately be going home. Winner will be moving forward here in our lower bracket to face off against the loser of our first upper bracket match.
So I'm pretty excited how our games are going to pan out. But you know what? This is going to be the team overview for Team Space. And as you mentioned, this is going to be both Cowboy Tom and the Classic Tom for level 0. And look at the respective mice choices here. Still lingering on to the previous mouse choices during our previous matches. And you did mention that level 0 here did on one of the spectacular cat moments there with that whopping win rate of more than 90%. Meanwhile, here for Team Shadow here with Bet having Butch, Lightning, and Tom Cat his preferences. Meanwhile, the other mice rather, as well have their own, really situational choices to boot.
Yeah. As far as the character choice here for the mice side, it's pretty much shared across all of these players. Me and Arctic were discussing yesterday that we have sort of made a meta already in terms of what the strongest mice are. Normally, we want to see Detective Jerry and Magician Jerry on the side of the mice, and already those two mice being on one team already bodes well for any of these guys competing, and we are going to see them right now. But this will be a tough task for Shadow, considering that they are going to be going up against level 0, who will be trying to speedrun his way through the dispatch phase. Really aggressive with his playstyle here, really chasing down these mice.
True, and you did mention that both you and Articuno already made the meta, and that is the choices that Team Shadow is going to hover up there, having the Magician Detective, Robin Hood Jerry, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is, do correct me if I'm wrong, we'll be seeing it later, Pirate Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. But you did mention as well that it's really crucial for the side of Shadow here, since they are going to face level 0 with showing some dominance for yesterday's matches. And let's see if that current momentum that he had yesterday will still reflect into the games that we have now, as we will be heading on to the patrolling phase right now, Chisto. This is going to be the round 1 of the first half between Team Space and Team Shadow.
Yeah, I like this from Space, that they are starting off the half on the cat round. It allows them to build momentum heading into their mouse half here. If level 0 is able to start them off on the right foot, he is going to be laying down some mouse traps here in areas he believes the mice might pass through.
Yeah. I like it though, because usually we see that our cats usually place the mouse traps onto the cheese or onto the mouse holes, but the fact that level 0 here kind of places it in a way that, other than, those predictive movements, placing it on the pipe area, it kind of gives him the notification that, he was from the attic onto the patio area. So that is another factor to consider. So right now he is invisible, and we are going to start the dispatch phase right now. Everything is going to be set for level 0. A little bit of knockdown right there coming from the wheel swing, however.
We'll get hit once more. Needs to be a bit more careful going through that swing. and still invisible right now. He is around the patio area. Most of the mice are hovering towards the right side of the map, as you can see here on the screen. So he's yet to run into any of them at the moment, but surely enough, with Tom being invisible right now, he will be able to pounce at one of these unaware mice.
Mm-hmm. And I think though he was lingering onto the patio area simply because he wants to really locate the cheese first and to actually create some sort of strategy in it so that he is able to pin down the locations of the mice. So right now he is into the attic. Will be piping down, I guess, onto the patio area shortly, but will be taking some concoctions to add invisibility to boot. So this is a good opportunity for our Tomcat right now to just really go for the hunt. But looking at the positions of our mice right here, really crowded into our kitchen. So let's see how he is going to work this out.
And surely level 0 knows something is up behind this door right now because he
Yeah.
hasn't run into any of the mice on the left half of the map, and he might just actually see, he will be spotting out two of the mice right now, and he does get the grab onto King Jerry. Now where does he decide to go with this, because Robin Hood is right on his tail ready to make that rescue.
Okay, so that is the early catch for Tomcat right here, but Boyd rather, and our, if I'm not mistaken, this is Robin Hood Jerry, was able to go for the save right there, but this is not really going to deter level 0 at this point. Will be fogged out with some vision, but he is going to be on the chase with King Jerry right here. This is one of the mice that you would really like to dish out of our gameplay as early as possible so that it kind of depletes the threatening potentials of our mice, because King Jerry is one of the very tanky mouse right here that is really a hindrance to any attempted dispatch of Tomcat. So he is already off the board with less than 2 minutes in achieve. So again, this is looking good for level 0 and onto the chase to the Magician. I think this is also one of the prior targets of our Tomcat, simply because this Magician can also contribute into pushing those cheese in the mouse holes.
Yeah, I'm surprised that King Jerry got dispatched so quickly. Didn't even have enough time for his team to actually get rescued there. As Magician will get tied up to a rocket here. The rest of the mice not in the vicinity try and go for this rescue. Detective, I believe, is going to be invisible once he approaches the patio right now, but he needs to be careful approaching because there is that other rocket that Tom is hovering around. We'll be using the smoke bomb there to try and end the rescue, but looks like he will be able to catch Magician here very shortly. Is on the chase
into the attic area this time, and the Magician really tried his best to work with the areas of the attic. So he is going to be seated onto the rocket chair away from the members of the other mice which are located onto the patio area. So this is going to be a bit hard for the mice, since they are 3 remaining left, including the Magician one. So they have a lot of things to work with here. So Robin Hood Jerry is going to go for the save once again. Level 0 again is going to prioritize Magician Jerry for that secured dispatch. So the vase is going to be thrown down. Was not able to get Jerry here. So he is going to go into the pipes onto the patio. Let's see. Was able to catch Magician Jerry again. And I think this is another one. Okay, 25 seconds on the clock. Robin Hood was able to go for the save once again. So I think he's not gonna really transfer or change targets, since this is, like I mentioned, a secure dispatch for Tom. So it's going to really dwindle down the number of mice that he has left to really go for the chase.
Yeah, things not looking too good for the mice right now, as the second mouse will finally get dispatched, and they've only pushed in 2 wedges of cheese, so they aren't even close to hitting their goal of uh, pushing out in 5 wedges to trigger the escape phase. But right now, level 0 is hunting down the third mice that he needs to get the win here. Let's see, he will run into Detective here very shortly, who is invisible, but still he is able to spot him out. Wow.
The predictions or the instincts coming from Tomcat right here, really speaking for the canine traits. And of course, with this level 0 is going to tie down Detective Jerry in the very secluded area of the attic. Cake is going to be used, but won't be able to, we'll be dropping it. And the rescue is going to happen, but again, it's the usual trend when you like take down a mice and place it on a rocket chair. That's like your go-to priority first. But you know what? He is going to be changing face. To me, I think Tomcat's just really being patient at this point since the numbers is in to his advantage.
Yeah, I need to be careful though, because the escape phase will be triggered very shortly here, so it might allow the mice some time to try and escape here. But Detective is really, really far from where Robin Hood Jerry is currently tied up at. About 40 seconds left here on the clock.
Yeah. I think he's just really utilizing the seconds of Robin Hood Jerry being tied into the chair, at least placing the remaining cheese into that mouse hole so that he could, really transition himself quickly so that he could go for the save. But I think it's not going to be possible at this point since level 0 is on his way. Smoke is going to be used. And look at that. Detective Jerry was able to go for the sneaky sneak and is going to transition himself to the living room for the save. I don't think he's going to make it at this point. Oh, I think he did because the timer is going to be added with an ample amount of time. Detective Dre on his way will be successfully getting that save. And you know what? Level 0 here will go and, really go with his buffs. Will chasing Detective Jerry this time around since he has a lot of time to work with at this point. Ooh, look at that. Injured Detective Jerry is going to be catched by Tomcat right here. So, and that being said, Chisto, that kind of concludes our game with level 0 dispatching 3 mice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 3 mice there. Very, very quick dispatch there from level 0. We'll be starting off space here on a good note in our upper bracket. The first half will go over to them, but he wasn't able to score the maximum amount of points because the mice were able to push in 4 wedges of cheese, but a win is a win here. And if Shadow here want to have his chance of stealing away this first half, they need to really perform well on their cat round. They need to dispatch a lot of these mice without letting them push in wedges of cheese. So let's see how this first game will pan out, as the first half of game 1 will go over to Space, who again, we were highlighting how good their cat player level 0 was, and right there we see how well he can perform. Pretty clean game as well, didn't really need to do anything too crazy, just had a good plan, was able to eliminate the King Jerry early on into the game, and at that point it's gonna be very difficult for the rest of your team to go for those rescues because you don't have that support from King Jerry.
True, and as you mentioned, that was a good spot for Team Space right there. You know what? Level 0 really utilizing his cat prowess in terms of his gameplay, really created that gap already against Team Shadow. So I think for their mice side, they just really have to, really work themselves in a favorable way, or maybe, they'll just really go all out and just get some cheese and go for a complete escape. But, Team Shadow here may have the chance to actually garner up some points for themselves if they are able to at least get 3 or go for the complete dispatch.
Yeah, that should be the goal for them here in the first half. I wonder how well they can actually go here because momentum again is on Space's side, so it will be up to them if they want to grab that back for themselves. They need to get a pretty decent cat round because they can still either tie it up or get that game 1 win. So I am pretty excited to see how our first best of 3 will conclude. Of course, it's a pretty long evening. We have a lot more matches to be played. This is only the first best of 3 for today. We have 2 more right after this one. And I am pretty excited, of course. We did mention earlier it is double elimination. We will be having lower bracket matches today. So let's see who will go big here and who will go home.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, but what better way to start our day, Chisto, with that three dispatch already for the side of Team Space. And of course, to those who are currently watching the stream, guys, you have the chance to win some in-game rewards. Here we will be, displaying the code that is onto the lower right side of your screens here. So the instructions were seen earlier before we started our match. But you know what? Just a quick recap there. You go onto the website, guys, and you go ahead and redeem those amazing codes. But right now, we are going to head on to the round 1 second half of our game between Team Shadow and Team Space. So still usual Tom. Oh, I like this skin of his. Really, Michael Jackson. And for the mice, we have the Musketeer Tuffy, Magician, Classic Jerry. If I'm not mistaken, the other one was Detective as well.
Yeah, pretty standard lineup here for our mice, and I am excited to see how well they can perform here going up against Fet on the cat. But in this upper bracket, if you are able to win your first match, that means that you will be moving on towards our top 8, and you will be securing, that spot for yourselves. So pretty sure Space want to put them in that position, and knowing that they are starting off on the right foot here, on the right track with that first half victory, I'm sure the mice here will be trying to carry over the good work that Level 0 did for this next upcoming half.
Mm-hmm. So we will be heading on to the patrolling phase this time, Team Shadow, as the Tomcat wills. The Team Space is going to be onto the mouse side. So right now, the robot mouse is onto the utility room, and the other one is in dining area. So this is going to give them some information to where the cheese are located. So right now, I think Fet is gonna go for some traps here and just get some concoctions on the way. So pipes his way through the bedroom area, tries to throw the items here for later use. And yeah, as mentioned, we'll be taking some concoctions for himself right here for him to utilize later on as the dispatch phase is gonna go.
Mm-hmm. Is just gonna try to gather some information for himself as well and try to get rid of as many objects as possible. He will be whacking one of those robot mice, but shouldn't matter at this point as the patrol phase will be ending very shortly. Here we go, 10 minutes for the dispatch phase. Remember, if Shadow wants to possibly steal this one, they're gonna need to dispatch all of the mice and not let them push in more than 4 wedges of cheese. As for Space here, they just want to make that escape, and they should be securing game 1.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as you mentioned, our Tomcat is invisible right now, so he has that sneak potential against our mice right here, but still getting some concoctions into the dining area. And I like it how Detective Jerry and Musketeer Tuffy are together just for some security here, because you don't really want to eradicate the Detective Jerry in the very early minutes of the game. So right now, Magician Jerry was able to get some cheese. So this notified Tom that they are in the bedroom area. So the cheese was not pushed yet into the wedges, but that is a whack from Fet right there. So he just has to get him onto the chase already, and off to the rocket chair he goes.
Yeah, and with Magician being tied up here, I'm really looking at what the rest of the mice are doing because they need to make use of this time while the timer for the rocket is still long. You're seeing that they're sending Musketeer Tuffy there to try and rescue him. Should be wearing the helmet as he approaches. And this should be an easy rescue unless he messes it up, does not do so. And he will be getting away here for now unless Tom is able to grab him.
Woo. almost got whacked by the owner right there. But you know what? The chase is on again, and he is able to catch Mouseketeer Tuffy this time. Will be strengthening himself up with a little bit of boost that he has on his kit. But you know what? Classic Jerry is on to their tails. Will be going for the potential save. But while all of that is happening, the cheese is going to be refreshed with the locations here. So let's see. The classic Jerry is in the vicinity as well, just waiting for the right time to go for the save. Goes up into the terrains here, but I like it how Tom is really in, really in the area and to just really guard and secure this dispatch here. And it's nice because he is able to take down the Musketeer Tuffy if ever, because that kind of like depletes the tankiness of the overall mouse composition.
Yeah, I think they are just gonna give up on trying to rescue Musketeer Tuffy here, but meanwhile, a lot of the wedges here are being pushed through. One dispatch will come through here, but the mice as well are just 2 wedges of cheese away from triggering the escape phase. Now let's see whether or not they will commit to this rescue right now.
So smoke is gonna be used where Detective Jerry is at, and he's just gonna go to push the cheese right there. But you know what? The owner is gonna delay some time for the said push. So here, Fett is just really guarding Jerry right here, since he would really like to secure as much dispatches as possible. But the save is going to happen here, so Jerry is going to be the one to kite away to really delay Tom from actually getting the people who are pushing the cheese. But look at this, Magician and Classic Jerry just really playing their way through the stairs area. So this is a lot of commitment in terms of kiting away Tom Cat. So right now the door is gonna be closed, gonna get some distance right there, but it's not really gonna deter Fed at this point, and just swabs up the Magician Jerry here. So I think he is gonna place him into the rocket chair onto the dining area. But this is gonna leave an opportunity for the others to go and pick up the cheese.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking at right now. What the other mice are doing while one of them is trying his best to kite away from Tom. And it seems like Detective will be working on this wedge of cheese here in the utility room. As once the attention was drawn to him, the mice were able to make that rescue. Now, let's see whether or not they can push in their 4th wedge of cheese, which Detective is currently working on. That is
that was that was beautiful for freezing from the side of the mouse. But you know what? Fett is still able to get Jerry here. It would have been better if it was Magician Jerry to really secure the dispatch, but the dynamite is going to be there, gonna be dispersed and exploded, and they still have 19 seconds to work with to save Jerry here. But the mousetrap is gonna be placed to really secure this one. Detective Jerry was able to push the remaining cheese left, and they are onto the escape phase now. Chisto with the crack onto the kitchen area. So Fett here will be fast on his feet, will be guarding this crack right here, and will be utilizing all the items to work with additional bubble shield too to delay the crack from being destroyed.
Yep, and this should be tricky for the mice, of course, to try and break open this crack, knowing that there's only 2 of them. So there's really not much options here to try and split the attention of Tom, but there he is. The buffed up Jerry has been skipping leg day quite a bit, but should be able to deal some decent damage to this crack right now.
Okay, but of course he is gonna repair it in the long run. Will get hit by the buffed up Jerry right here, so that kind of still delays the mice from actually destroying it. So a whack, but was not able to connect. So the smoke is going to be used to really hide himself here for some stealth. Let's see if they are able to make things through here with 2 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock here. So Vase is going to be thrown into the crack. Magician Jerry is going to be the one to kite him, but looking at this Fett just utilizing all the items as well to deny from them to continue on destroying the crack. So another bubble shield is going to be used to delay such, and still we do see the fruits will be used So it's just really a matter of who gets to distract him first. But the fog is gonna block some vision here, so this is a nice strategy. Him just staying nearby the crack to see any potential hits coming from the mice.
Yeah, and you're seeing Detective right now making use of his invisibility to try and break open this crack. The mice have about 2 minutes left here, but they haven't dealt a decent amount of damage there through the crack. And Tom is getting distracted quite a bit, but they need to make use of that time he is distracted to try and deal some damage to this crack. Again, the mice heading into the escape phase with only 2 members seem to be struggling here quite a bit to try and break open this crack. The smoke bomb will come out just for a
They
bit more time here.
Yeah, they need to make this work. So I like it how Thomas just wasting all the fruits and all the items so that the mouse won't have any things to use in breaking this crack. So he just really have to keep on doing this and the game could be his. With a minute and 17 minutes to work with, the mouse have to deal some decent damage onto the crack if they want to go for the escape.
They are starting to chip away at this crack though, but with 1 minute left, I wonder how much damage they can deal, especially since Tom might be able to grab one of them very, very shortly. And there you go,
Ooh.
Magician will get grabbed here by Tom. Will this be enough time for Detective to break open the crack though, I wonder, as he will be firing away with those fruits. There's 15 seconds left. He needs to go for a save here if he wants to extend the game, but it seems like Tom will just be able to dispatch all of the mice right now. But as far as the scoring system goes, the fact that the mice were able to push in all wedges of cheese, I think scoring wise, game one should go over the space.
True, but yeah, in terms of the performance of the cats, both of our cats actually have a different strategy. For the side of level 0 onto team space, it was very dominating actually. It was, successfully dispatching 3 of the mice in his pace. For the side of Fet, however, sure, the mice was able to get it into the escaping phase, but the fact that he was able to delay them from actually destroying the crack gathered up some points for his team. So right now this is going to be the score 3-2 in favor of space by 1 point.
Yeah, incredibly close first game there between the two teams. And heading into game 2, I wonder if we will see more of the same, or will space start running away with this best of 3? Because looking at how they performed, I feel like they can start dominate here for game 2. And the question in my mind is whether or not Shadow will be able to bounce back after a tough and close loss like that in our first game.
So yeah, in a bit we will be loading out the second match, first half of our match number 1 for today. And you guys, you really shouldn't miss out because this is still the first match of the day. We still have 2 more, so you better watch out for that. And again, to the viewers right there, we have some giveaway codes for you, so don't forget to follow those instructions onto the pinned comments so that you can get some amazing freebies. And we also have this thing called the lucky draw, guys, so in a bit we will be displaying the instructions for you. But all you have to do simply is just predict the team who is going to win.
And yeah, like I said earlier, I am now looking forward to our second game. Say, after seeing that first game and how close it was, I really think that the teams here in Group C are pretty, in terms of skill level, are pretty close together. So we might be seeing more close matches towards the end of the day. Who knows? Because once you see some of these teams performing in the lower bracket where things are a lot more crucial, we might just see them bring out some more weird strategies here. So let's see as the picks will come through. Pretty standard again from space. Nothing much gonna change except for the choice of cat here, as Fet will be picking the lightning for classic house.
This is an advantage when you have like a variety pool of cats and of mice to work with, because you have some sort of strategies that can leave either of the teams off guard. So, and could actually force them to be in a pinnacle wherein you thought that you'd initially have the upper hand, but okay, nope, they have it. I'm a bit startled, so they have to go to those factors as well. But yeah, seeing that Lightning is going to be in play here, the mobile cat that we have. Let's see if it's going to pan out for him, as we will be starting our round 2 first half between Team Shadow as Lightning and Team Space as our respective mice.
I'm really thinking about the skin that Lightning is using right now. Is this supposed to be some form of tiger that he's trying to be? I know he's orange, but he doesn't have any stripes except for the pants that he's wearing right now. So
I see what you did there, Chisto.
he's looking quite a bit like a tiger at the moment. Let's see whether or not he can hunt down these mice, though.
I also like it's a bit of like a cosplay for him. So again, potions is going to be used to really buff some shields right here so that he won't get injured with the first seconds of our game. But of course, 15 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the chance for our mice to just really locate first and to scout some information in this patrolling phase. So right now, in a bit, again, mouse traps for Lightning right here, just placing it in a manner wherein he thinks that the other mice will go through. So just breaking all of these items, and Musketeer Tuffy and Magician Jerry onto the bedroom area, transitioning themselves onto the kitchen. So okay, so Lightning is in the dining room right now. Wasn't able to see any mouse with the first few seconds of our game. So this kind of leaves a good opportunity for our mice to just really disperse and get all of the cheese as much as possible. But Fett here just taking in some milk to just really full his HP. So Magician is going to be the one to first kite. Really doing a good job so far. But he was taken down right now, and Fett will be tying him up into the rocket chair. So let's see how Jerry is going to plan this out. He is able to go for the save, but look at that. Once more will be placing... Oh, actually, he wasn't able to go get the mouse right there. Was able to escape. So now the cheese is going to be in the hands of Detective Jerry, but he drops it. So again, the Musketeer Tuffy, Magician Jerry, and the Classic Jerry are together. So far in terms of taking the cheese, they haven't pushed any yet. So they really need to keep up the pace right now if they want things to be more easier for them.
And honestly, I'm still thinking about this tiger skin that Lightning is running. Meanwhile, while no action is currently happening, but just as I say it, I feel like we jinxed it a couple of times here. Musketeer Tuffy will be in a bit of trouble, and Lightning will just tie him up to a rocket right now. 45 seconds right there for the rest of his team to go for that rescue. Alright, so I'm seeing a couple of the mice here in the vicinity. Might be able to go for that.
Okay, so they were able to place some of the cheese into the mouse hole. So Magician Jerry is the one who is going to go for the save, but look at that. With the speedy hands that he has, will be tying down Musketeer Tuffy once more. So looking at this, Magician Jerry will be stumbling down, and Lightning, with no time to waste, will be heading on to the next rocket chair. But this leaves Detective Jerry to go for the save successfully. And that was a good trade for Fett, but however, 2 wedges of cheese were already pushed down. So this leaves Detective Jerry good enough some space. And look at that. Lightning was thrown out by Bruce there into the patio area. So this kind of delays him from completely chasing our mouse right here. So as stated, Detective Jerry has some space to go get the cheese and go for the mouse hole. But look at this once more. Fett is gonna go into the dining area, transitioning himself into the stairs. Was notified that there is going to be a wedge of cheese pushed onto the kitchen. So he is transitioning his way there, teleports himself into the vicinity, and just here we have the owner into the bedroom area. Wills, I think Musketeer is just gonna distract Lightning right here. He was stunned, but in return, Kuro was swatted down with that fly swapper.
Yeah, but it did give the mice a lot of time to work on pushing these wedges of cheese in. Remember, they still have detective, they still have magician. So they have a lot of these mice that are really good at pushing these wedges of cheese in here. And the fact that Musketeer Tuffy is actually able to escape there instantly means that Fett will struggle right now to contain a
True.
couple of these mice who are kiting around very, very well. As you can see there, right under the piano, a wedge of cheese is being worked on by the mice. And I'm surprised that Fett actually isn't laying down any traps here as
Yeah.
Lightning. Remember, he can put down those fish, which does
Yes.
trap some of these mice. So let's see whether or not he can make an adjustment here. Because so far, with 3 wedges of cheese pushed in halfway into the dispatch phase, he really hasn't put that much pressure on the rest of the mice right now, who seem to be running away with this first half.
Yeah, and the only trap that he placed onto the piano area was the fork. And that's not really gonna do much because the mice can have some time to work with it. So again, Mouseketeer Tuffy is gonna use his skills to kite down Fett into the stairs area. Again, a lot of time for the mice to utilize in terms of pushing the wedges of cheese. So I think that is going to be the case as Classic Jerry is on his way just to do that. He is, Mouseketeer Tuffy is going to be caught in the long run, but you know what, this is not really gonna deter them. Look at that, he was frozen by the members of the mouse. So again, a Musketeer Tuffy is gonna go for the escape. He is gonna be stumbling down, and Lightning is gonna go for the rocket chair, but he was thrown by a vase with Magician Jerry back there. So the door is going to be closed right now, so he is gonna use the sofa for additional boost into jumping. So look at that. He was able to dispatch Jerry in the long run, but the trade is favorable for the side of the mice since they were able to go and transition themselves into the escape phase. So with Magician Jerry just distracting Lightning here, both Detective and Mouseketeer Tuffy had a lot of work with in terms of destroying the crack, which is what they are doing right now.
Yeah, they just need to escape here, and they should be earning some good points for their team, as there is 5 seconds left for Magician. Will finally get dispatched. Now it's a 2-on-1 and half health left on the crack. If Space are able to escape here, I think they will be putting themselves in a really, really good position for the next half, because we know what level 0 can do. He can dispatch these mice very, very well. Now let's see whether or not Mouseketeer Tuffy and the Detective can work on damaging this crack even more. And you see there Kuro just wearing that helmet, not afraid at all to approach this crack because he knows that Lightning can't touch him.
Okay, so Lightning was stunned right there with the cobwebs, and just like that, our Mouseketeer Tuffy was gonna go for the escape. And look at that! The same goes with Detective Jerry, really utilizing his invisibility to go for a sneaky escape. So that being said, you know, 2 mice were dispatched, but it worked in the favor in terms of scoring with the mice since they were able to push the wedges of cheese and, you know, survived with 2 mouse to boot.
Yeah, really fun round there for the mice. Despite 2 of them unfortunately getting dispatched towards the end, they were still able to do their job and basically set their cat player up for success here, winning the first half with 2 of them escaping. It's not the maximum amount of points, but it's a good momentum that they need as Space look to proceed to our top 8. They are 1 half away from getting there. They just need to win on their cat side, and I think so far in the tournament they are undefeated on their cat side, and things are looking pretty good for them. And it seems like Shadow might be preparing here to go over to our lower bracket and play later on today. Let's see whether or not Shadow can turn this thing around for this team. It still could be a very long best of 3, but right now it is match point for Space.
True, and you did mention that Team Space is really dominating in terms of the cat side, especially with level 0 on their hands. And it was just demonstrated earlier into our round number 1 first half that he was able to dispatch 3 mice in the early minutes of our game. So they have that factor to consider, and the fact that Shadow has to really work with the strategy that they have to do in terms of facing level 0 here, because in order for them to win, basically they have to push all the wedges of cheese at this point if they want to force the 3rd round.
So I am looking forward to how the next half will go, as the challenge is now set for Shadow. They need to escape with a lot of their mice if they want to be able to come out on top and force that 3rd and decisive game, because again, points wise, it wasn't the best escape for the mice. They weren't able to get the maximum amount of points, so they did leave the door open here for their opponents, and the opportunity is there for them to take. But again, it will come down to how well they execute when we head and load on over to the game.
But again, to those who are currently watching the stream, guys, you have some codes ready for you and some freebies as well. All you have to do, guys, is just really go onto the pinned comments right there in this feed and follow the instructions. Go onto the website, place your in-game ID, and once you have selected a server, and just enter the code that is indicated later in our bottom right side of the screens. Press that redeem, and of course the CAPTCHA code as well. Because, I mean, it's already given too, And when you log into the game, you will be receiving it into your in-game mailbox. So yeah, go for it. Go with those rewards, and you can enjoy this game as well.
Yeah, pretty easy to get those rewards in. And all right, so I was thinking earlier, we were seeing the tiger skin from Lightning. It's really on my mind. And one thing that I know about tigers is, you know how in cartoons, cats are portrayed as they hate water?
Yes.
Tigers actually love to swim. They're one of the best swimmers from the feline family. So that is something pretty interesting to me. But yeah, we will be heading on over to the game right now as we see the picks here. It will still be Classic House for the map and Classic Tom here for level 0.
Yeah, and this time we will be seeing the Devil Tuffy, if I'm not mistaken. So again, I think this is a good strategy for Team Shadow if they are not spotted by level 0 into the early seconds. Because if they do at least one of them, it's going to be some effort in kiting him along the way.
And I think one thing that level 0 does really well is figure out where the mice are by scouting out one half of the map. In the earlier cat half that we saw from him, he was able to clear out one side, and he was able to kind of predict that the mice were hovering around the opposite half because he already cleared the rooms on the left. Now let's see how this one does play out, as patrol phase will begin here. Mice trying to grab as much info as possible.
So yeah, with the milk to actually regain his HP there, so the robot mice is just gonna gather up as much as information that they can onto the patrolling phase. So basically level 0's doing here is just utilizing the items, getting some potions to really buff himself up when the dispatch phase arrives. So again, as you mentioned, he is gonna stroll in actually a half of our map. Was able to spot that robot mouse though into the chase. Will he go for the SWAT? Yes or no? Okay, the robot mouse was able to get some distance into him. And with that being said, we are gonna head on to the dispatch phase.
Yep, 10 minutes right now for the mice to try and get away. They only need to get past the 2 points here that Space were able to get during their mouse half, as level 0 right now will be using the pipe here to make a rotation over to the patio, and he will spot out Devil Tuffy and Detective, I believe, as well. So will be actually spotting out all of the mice right now in the room. Let's see whether or not he will be able to catch up to them, as he will be committing here to chasing down Devil Tough. He wants to get that mouse off the board very early.
So yes, he was able to spot down the Devil Tuffy here, so was able to go for the chase again with less than a minute on the clock. Level 0 just on the zone right here. So Magician Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, was able. Oh no, actually no, it's a Robin Hood Jerry was able to go into the vicinity going for the save, but again the priority is real for level 0 here, as he is going to be onto the tails of Devil Tuffy. He is going to swat and once again catch him thoroughly, and off to the rocket chair he goes. But King Jerry, however, is in the vicinity as well. I like it how he is fogged up to block and some visions, but priority is real here, and it's not really going to deter level 0 at this point. So in the process, the mice were able to get one wedge of cheese into the mouse hole, but this time around it's going to be Robin Hood Jerry who is going to get caught by level 0 and is going to be tied into the rocket chair. Devil Tuffy has to be very careful though, because he was injured right now, and let's see how things would pan out.
6 seconds left here. They will be able to get their rescue, but the moment that Tom is able to strap down Robin Hood Jerry to a rocket, he will be instantly dispatched. Let's see whether or not he can make the grab. He shuts the door on them. Just needs to grab. Oh, there it is. This might be the first dispatch of the game here for level 0. And there you go. 2 more mice to go, as it's only one wedge of cheese being pushed in here by the mice, not spreading their resources that well. I feel like you could have left only one guy to try and go for the rescue, but they are investing quite a lot here, as seems like Tom will be catching out Detective here.
Ooh, alright. I love it how level 0 just utilized the door earlier to really pin down Robin Hood Jerry earlier. So going back here, they are gonna go into the patio area, getting the Detective Jerry onto his hands. So you know what, King Jerry is in the vicinity as well with his shields, but you know, it's always a given that when you are able to strap one into the rocket chair, that's still your target, even if the save is going to connect. So that is going to be the case. And Detective Jerry is going to be strapped with 25 seconds on the clock. Mousetrap is going to be used by level 0 right here to just really secure this dispatch. And unfortunately for our mice right here, they're not really able to move in a position wherein they are comfortable, because they have to consider the number of cheese that they could push and the fact that they have to still save Detective Jerry if they still want to keep the numbers in their favor.
Yeah, this is hard because it's not King Jerry who's going for the rescue. They're sending Devil Tuffy instead. But with both of these mice low, it looks like Devil Tuffy will be trading his life for his teammate there. And right now, level 0 only needs to dispatch one of these mice, and it looks like Detective won't be able to run away from him for long, as he is hot on his trail.
Oh,
there you
a
go.
mid-air catch by level 0 right there with just the prowess. And dang, look at this. Really, level 0 on the momentum. Just getting one mouse by another in a very fast pace. You really have to consider that. So King Jerry is on his way to go for the save. So he is able to make Bruce dizzy to actually avoid getting thrown out. So he's just chasing him all through and through here at this point, being patient, not really in a rush to get our mice right here. So again, once more, Detective Jerry is going to be in the hands of level 0, tied into the rocket chair, but was thrown out by a bone here with a spike. So right now, swatted once again, but was able to evade that this time around.
Yeah, he's trying to chase down King Jerry this time around. Wants to get rid of this pesky little mouse. They will be hopping around here in the patio, and it does give Detective some time to think about what the next move might be, as that was a big shot onto King Jerry. Will finally get grabbed here, and this will be trouble now for Detective. How does he play around this? How does he save his teammate who is 20 seconds away from getting flown off here on a rocket, as the third wedge of cheese will be pushed through. But unless he is able to make a rescue here, this half should belong to Space, and they should be moving over to our top 8 while Shadow drops down to the lower bracket.
So again, Detective Jerry will be going around from the bedroom to the patio onto the living room area. So the save is gonna happen with our Detective Jerry invisible. So this may work for them if it deems necessary. But look at that, King Jerry with a low break of health, just being waited for level 0 to be grabbed mid-air, and he is gonna go for the trade. But look at that, Detective Jerry doing his best to prevent him from being placed into the rocket chair using his invisibility. That smoke, though, is going to be used this time around. So Bruce this time will be throwing off level 0. So again, this is going to be an opportunity for them to at least further their gap against Tomcat. So winning conditions here basically is to just one has to kite his way for his dear life. The other one has to force to push the other two cheese. But with 3 minutes remaining, this isn't really looking good in terms of time for the side of our mice.
Let's see how much work the mice can get done here, Saya, because like you mentioned, 3 minutes left here and not much time to work with unless they already have a good amount of progress on those wedges of cheese, which I feel like they haven't really gone to work on, because they have been just trying to run away here from Tom for majority of the game, as he will land that plate over there, will land that throw. He's
This
gonna
isn't good.
try.
Yeah. He's gonna go. Okay, so Detective Jerry was dizzy into the sofa area, and just like that, he's just being patient at this point and getting Detective Jerry. So he is going to grab him onto under the table of the dining room area, places him in the rocket chair, and that concludes our second half of our round 2 cheese dough, with once again level 0 undefeated in the cat side.
Yeah, and there it is. Space will be moving on to our top 8 after a strong and consistent performance from both of their halves there. And I am just now excited to see how Space will be going up against the rest of the teams here from the other groups as well, because they look like they are very, very dominant so far. A lot of their wins have been 2-0s here, and so far they haven't lost on the cat side. So something for the other teams to look out for. You need to watch out for level 0 and his plays. But just like that, our first best of 3 of the evening will finally conclude there, with, again, Space moving on to our top 8 and Shadow unfortunately moving on to our lower bracket. Shadow will be playing later on today as well. So day's not over for them just yet, and looking forward to how they can bounce back later on today.
Yeah, I mean, they still have that chance. But this is the type of cushion wherein it's very risky, that it's like you're hanging onto the edge of it. So they have to really use the remaining chance that they have for later. But right now, again, that was a very exemplary job from level 0 right there, just really getting a lot of scores onto their hands. And the fact that he is pretty consistent in terms of his gameplay with the cat, not really being deterred in any of the pace which our mice is really trying to throw at him, and all the strategies whichever may be that they try to work around with to really go against level 0. It's not really, letting him be shaken up with his strategy. So that is like one thing that our future teams have to look out for as well when facing level 0 at this point.
Yeah, I am expecting him to get the MVP for this best of 3 as well, after his consistent performance. He didn't really need his mice players to escape. He just needed them to get some decent points on the board, and he would have been able to just dispatch all of the other mice from the opposing team as well. So really great job by them, showing that teamwork as well, carrying and working off of each other's momentum. But yeah, should be a fun one now that they will be going on to our top 8. And I'm looking forward to the next match. We will be starting our lower bracket matches now. So from here on out, all of the best of threes that we see will be basically elimination matches where the loser, unfortunately, will be out of Top Clans 2020.
And although the tournament journey for them is going about to end, you know, the fact that you guys were able to reach it this far, a big clap of hands to you guys. I mean, not all players here have the courage and the confidence to join tournaments as these. And as you mentioned, Chisto, Level 0 from Team Space is going to be our MVP for today with that whopping 3,628.5 average score. He was able to take 12 hits, tied them to the Rockets by 9.5, and dispatch the mice thrice. And of course, for both rounds that we had.
Yep, he definitely deserves a level up after that kind of performance. So kudos to him. Really, really nice job carrying his team to our top 8. And I'm excited to see more of him in the future.
But yeah, again, guys, to those who are currently watching this stream, we have a lot of prizes in store for you as well. Of course, we have this thing called the Lucky Draw, which is indicated into your screens right now, wherein you guys just have to guess or predict the team who is going to win. So this is the mechanics of such. And yes, you guys get to, you know, $2 in-game gift bags worth to swag it out. So, you know, really raise your luck and prediction powers right there. It's your chance to get things for free.
Pretty easy to get these rewards for yourself. Just need to follow a lot of these simple instructions.
And of course, you know, we also have the gift codes that can be redeemable for you guys into the stream. This is the guidelines for such. So you guys go into the website that is indicated here or scan the QR code as in right now. Right now. And of course, these steps are indicated as well. You just have to choose your server first, enter your in-game ID alongside with the CAPTCHA code, click confirm, and for today's code, it's going to be TJSI1115. Tap that redeem button, and when you go into the game, it is going to be located into your in-game mailbox, and you are good to go. Rewards are in store for you.
And like that, guys, that will conclude our first best of 3 of the evening. We will be taking a quick break before heading on to the next one. We're your commentators. My name is Chisto. Alongside me is Sayora. See you guys after the break.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 flip the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
And we are
welcome-
back. Oh. We are back now, ladies and gentlemen, for the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational, and we will be your commentaries for this match. My name is Siora, and with me is Chisto, and yes, we kind of jinxed our way back there, you know, add some spice in this rainy afternoon.
I was so excited to intro. And we were actually both just super excited. But yeah, heading into this next match, just a quick recap of what happened previously. It was the upper bracket match between Space and Shadow, where Space did move over to our top 8, where Shadow unfortunately is sitting in our lower bracket, awaiting the winner of our upcoming match, which is the Avengers versus Left. Here we will be starting off with the team overview for the Avengers.
So yeah, again, this is the usual trend that we see right here with Zill using that Butch Cowboy Tom and Classic Tom, with the other ones still sticking into the current metas that we have. Detective Jerry always on the lines right there alongside with the Classic and King Jerry to boot. Meanwhile, team left right here is going to be sticking into the OGs, having Classic Tom and Classic Jerry, but they have some interesting picks up on their sleeve as well. For the side of the Mice, having Sherry hovered right there alongside with Pirate Jerry.
Yeah, it should be a very fun one to watch, as this is again lower bracket action. So loser of this match, unfortunately, will be out of Top Clans 2020, where the winner will be moving on to our third best of 3 of the day and facing off against Shadow.
Yes, but of course, to those who will be ending their tournament journey, guys, do not fret. There are a lot of opportunities for you guys to join once again, and still, proud to you guys for joining Top Clans 2020 right now, but we will be sticking into our game right now as we are heading over to the picking phase. And pretty interesting that Top C is going to be the cat for Team Avengers, whilst the other side of the team is gonna use Pirate Jerry to boot.
Is this our first top C of the tournament?
Yes. Well, during the previous days, there was a top C pick, but was only chosen like once or twice. So for the other days, this is the only time for this day and yesterday that top C is gonna get chosen.
We haven't seen that many top C here in the tournament, so I'm looking forward to what he can bring to the table here going up against our Mice. So we are seeing a couple of uncommon picks here come out from both of our teams, and you did mention the Pirate being picked up here by Left, and Pirate Jerry is one of those Mice that we don't see very often because his abilities don't exactly, I feel like, don't exactly fit the current meta. He's better for sabotaging a lot of these rockets, but he's not exactly great at rescuing his teammates from them. So let's see whether or not this will work out for Left, as Zill will be trying to break open the secret passage here.
Yes, I mean, that is the common strategy that our cats do in to this specific map right here. They will be breaking the secret passage, as you mentioned, and will be getting some items and concoctions for them to use, and just pipe their way back into the surface. So right now, our robot mice will be utilizing this remaining time to scout and give some information for their teammates to where the cheese and eventually Pat or Topsy is going to spawn first when he is done taking all of these potions.
And he will be using the pipe here to make that very quick rotation from the basement. He is currently invisible, so he will be able to pounce on one of these mice who, unfortunately enough, can't see him. Already gets one hit there onto Sisney, who is trying his best to kite away, but Zill will be able to grab a hold of him right now. Just looking for the closest rocket, is climbing quite a bit of stairs right now to try and get to that rocket. There you go. Right on top of the mouse hole, actually. It's a very awkward spot for the rocket to be, because that is the same spot of where
To
the
where the
objective
cheese
is
is.
here.
Yeah. And just like that, Topsy's just utilizing the doors right here. But you know what? Our Mouseketeer, Tuffy, is gonna go for the save, eventually trying to kite his way and lure out Topsy. But Topsy is onto his feet, will be taking Mouseketeer Tuffy, which is a good call. So this is the chance for Pirate Jerry to go and shine. He's gonna clone himself here with hopes of getting 2 on his stand. Dynamite is gonna be thrown out, but using all of these terrains will, further a little gap against Bombi. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Detective Jerry. And right now, they're just really playing along with all of the terrains. He is able to catch Detective Jerry here. Goes down to the very secret entrance down here, gets onto the basement area, and just really plays Jerry in a secluded place when he transports himself into the pipe and goes for that similar take, but the mouse rocket chair was destroyed, so this kind of struggles him free and gives time for the other mice to go around to work with it.
And look at that, he was able to clone himself and repair that rocket right in front of the cheese. So making this convenient, I guess, for his side, but it does mean that whenever the mice do go for that rescue, the objective is gonna be right in front of them as well. So pretty awkward spot for the rocket to be in. And about 3 minutes going past here in our dispatch phase, none of the wedges of cheese have been pushed through, but I am expecting the mice to have a bit of progress already in terms of how much progress they made in pushing these wedges of cheese in.
The only location that they might have trouble, or they might have things to work on with, is the cheese into the corridor area, because you did mention that the rocket chair is also placed in the very same spot. So I think this is an opportunity for them. Just looking at our lower left side of the screen, Detective Jerry making it work and placed one of the cheese into the mouse hole. So right now, Pirate Jerry, though, surprisingly did a good job in delaying the time for them to, at least closen their gaps onto the other cheese in the vicinity. So smoke is going to be used, but he was able to get Pirate Jerry onto the chair, so he has a lot of things to work with at this point. So okay, he is going to kite in a very decent manner, this Pirate Jerry right here. And I like it how Mouseketeer Tuffy goes to at least secure him. And look at that, a lot of items being thrown into Topsy right here, and additional fog to deny his vision to, at least furthen up the gap, and will leave him into a spot where he has to put in some effort when finding the other mice.
It might be difficult though to actually deny the vision of Topsy, as there is 2 of him, so 4 eyes, more options to look out for. But he did grab Mouseketeer Tuffy here, and if he is able to secure this dispatch, I think it would be a big help for him moving forward because that does eliminate one of the better rescuers in the game right now, but didn't actually commit to trying to defend that rocket as Musketeer Tuffy will just instantly be rescued by his teammates.
So this is going to be some amount of work for Topsy right here as two wedges of cheese are pushed right now, and I think the bunny of Magician Jerry is really on his way into working the other cheese located into the dining table area. So okay, right now he is in the vicinity, really denied that fact, and just really looking for the other mice. And looks like while on the long run, they are working with the cheese located into the corridor area. Meanwhile, very crowded place in here. Okay, Topsy was able to get the Pirate. Jerry is going to place him into what throws him and will be placing it into the rocket chair. So three of the mice will have some space to work with here. He is going to take the shot, will be going for the save. Let's see if Pirate Jerry is going to go for the kite. With the help of the doppelganger, though, tries to at least pressure out Pirate Jerry and Detective Jerry to boot. So he is going to catch the both of them, but was stunned in an untimely manner here. Okay, this time he is caught by a Topsy right here. So a lot of items is trying to be dished out to prevent such fact. A lot of skills thrown at Topsy right here to really deny that rocket chair take. And unfortunately, Pirate Jerry is still on the floor, really dizzy right now. But being invisible, Sisney right here tries to again stun Azil in the process, saving once more Pirate Jerry.
That was a pretty long stun as well, and it did allow the rest of the mice to reposition. But man, Pirate Jerry was in big, big trouble there. Really good job by the rest of his teammates to come to his aid and rescue him from Topsy, who right now seems to be struggling quite a bit to try and find his target right now. Oh, there you go. He is going to spot out Pirate Jerry once more. 3 wedges of cheese being pushed in with 3 minutes left here in the dispatch phase. Let's see. Not much time here left for the rest of the mice.
Look at Sisney right here, just really stunning down Zil, really pressuring him with the usage of that gun and really denying that dispatch take coming in. While Pirate Jerry's just really working his way, trying not to get spotted out by the other clone, and Sisney doing a good job in protecting Pirate Jerry over here. But you know what? That is going to be a call with the remaining cheese. Was able to catch Magician Jerry in the process, but he is going to go onto the higher floors of our map, and Detective Jerry is going to be, using this opportunity to go into a mouse hole. But I think they will be meeting their hats in a later date. So Pirate Jerry this time again being caught up by Topsy. But look at this, the trade that is coming from both Pirate Jerry and the mice is just real, with 55 seconds on the clock to go. There's a lot of time for him to save Pirate Jerry in the process. And look at that, Mouseketeer Tuffy on his way into the patio area. And the doppelgangers have to be really witty about this one. But look at that, he was swatted and finally gets the second potential mouse in the hands of Topsy.
And just like that, 2 mice strapped onto the rockets right now. Detective needs to do a lot of work here if he wants to go for that rescue. And with 2 Topsies here covering the area, it's going to be a lot harder, but he does manage to rescue one of the mice strapped onto the rocket. Now let's see how well Zil can play defense. Unfortunately, falls down all the way here to the ground floor. And it should give the other mice some time here to go for that rescue, as there is a minute left here and the mice are able to finally get that final wedge of cheese in. Now let's see how well Zil can play defense here. Does grab Mouseketeer Tuffy. And let's see whether or not he can make this dispatch happen with a pretty long timer there, 40 seconds on the clock. So plenty of time to work with here for the mice.
Okay, so quickly, repositions himself into the other Topsy near the dining room area. So now blocked with some vision. And as you mentioned, let's see if the mice can do something to work with Magician Jerry off the board. And you have to take note that the bubble shield is there into the crack. So I think the strategy for Musketeer Tuffy right here is just to move around the areas wherein they can get some items to destroy the scrapper. They have to take now 3 minutes on the clock. They have to start really depleting down the crack right here for if they want to go for the destroy. But I like it how Topsy's just using his other clone and repositions it into an area to where the other mice are at to just really add some pressure to them.
He's doing a great job of using his abilities right now to try and work around his advantages, and he will find Musketeer Tuffy once more here. And I'm looking at the crack right now. The mice haven't actually dealt any amount of damage to it, so they are struggling to open this one up despite them still having 3 members left. About halfway through the escape phase, the mice need to make a play here, need to do something. Try and put some pressure on Zil right now, who just should be able to tie Pirate Jerry here up onto the rocket. 20 seconds left until he gets dispatched.
And because our mice really took some time for them to work with in destroying the crack, the fact that the bubble shield's cooldown is already on board, and that just kind of delays the whole process again that they were initially starting to have. So this kind of pressures them out with Topsy getting 2 mice dispatched right here. So this forces everything all out. A Cisney with a low break of health right here is now being the target for both the Topsy and his doppelganger. So he is going to be seated onto the rocket chair in a far off place. And with that being said, Chisto, Topsy was able to turn things around and put the game into his favor.
Yeah, really well played there. He was able to get a win here for the Cats side, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get the maximum amount of points for his team as we did reach over all the way to the escape phase. But still, the first very effective Topsy game that we have seen come out here in Top Clans 2020 will give the Avengers a win here for the first half of Game 2.
But this time with the second half, Chisto, let's see if Avengers onto the mice side can gather up some points for themselves to actually, secure at least a little bit of gap in terms of points for our round number 1, or will team left kind of deny that fact and just, I'll just dispatch all of you and get the points for ourselves.
And with that first half, it does put the mouse half of the Avengers on a pretty positive note here heading into the next one, because again, they do already have that victory in the first half. All they need to do right now is escape. If they are able to get away even with just 2 of their mice, they should be able to take game 1 of our second best of 3 of the evening. And I think a lot of teams really want to ride that momentum. After winning that first half, you know that you have a set win condition for the next half. You just need to take in both, and you should be able to grab these games for yourselves. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from a lot of our teams here.
True. And the fact that this is the, one of the effective Topsies that we've seen into our group stages, I mean, it just all the more show that there is a lot of strategies that any cats can work with here in really turning the tables around. Because initially, even though that our mice earlier reached the escape phases, the fact that it wasn't really a clean game for our mice because Topsy was there to actually negate that fact, and it just leaves a ton of options and a ton of adjustments in terms of picking your respective cats and your respective mice in the long run.
And heading into game 2, I'm wondering what adjustments, because you were talking about the long run, and I'm sure a lot of these teams, they want to be in the long run here, especially in the tournament. They want to stay in the tournament
Yeah.
and really try and make it to our top 8. So I'm thinking of what adjustments the teams in the lower bracket especially can make, because if they are dropping games, clearly something they're clearly not doing the best things that they could be doing for their team. So I want to see them make a couple of these adjustments, maybe in terms of what characters they pick and what strategies they approach the game with. And that might just be the thing that helps them make it all the way to the end here in Top Clans.
True, true. So in a while, we will be loading out our round 2 in our first half rather. So let's see if things would turn out into the favorable hands of Avengers, or will left really steal that fact. Oh, I'm sorry. That was round 1, second half. There you go. Now I corrected myself.
Yeah, should be a fun one to see what kind of, again, adaptations they can make heading into this one. I think character-wise, especially from the mouse side, we're seeing a lot of newer mice pop out, especially with the pirate. But we also have seen the meta that I was discussing with Arctic yesterday, where a lot of the teams want to just go for the magician, go for the detective as well, and they tend to favor that a lot because of how strong the characters and how effective they can be with their certain roles. Magician is effective at pushing in those wedges of cheese with his summon rabbit, and I think a lot of the teams should just go for that if they want to keep winning here.
Yeah, it basically complements as well with the Magician Jerry complements with Detective Jerry, because other than the bunny, the fact that Detective Jerry can use his invisibility alongside with his allies can really deter or shaken the cat initial strategy, because it gives you that stealth time wherein you are not found by the cat, and to just basically play mind games with him into the long run. So and the fact that other than the other 2 mice, they sometimes aid it with either the King Jerry or the Mouseketeer Tuffy for the defense lines, and another one to, let's say, be the potential kiter. So usually it's either Robin Hood Jerry to add some mobility into their teams with his skills, giving double jumps to his allies, or they can add it with either Demon Tuffy or the classic Jerry, depending on the scenario. And I think also they are considering the map as well, because if you notice that, let's say example, they are in the classic house, a little bit more compressed in comparison with, let's say, the cruise ship. So they also take that into account as well, as to, okay, do we need that certain mobility since the map is a bit compressed, or they just focus more on the damage? That's why they are gonna place a Devil Tuffy or Classic Jerry in as their 3rd or 4th pick.
And you were mentioning the map choice right now from the teams, and we haven't seen that much of the cruise ship for today. It's mostly been the Night Castle and the classic house. So these mice really not wanting to get near the water just yet, as here we go. It will be Game OV on the cat side going up against the mouse players of the Avengers, who are running a pretty standard group of mice right now with the Pirate Jerry as well. One thing they are lacking though is that effective rescuing mice with either the Musketeer Tuffy or the King Jerry. So once one of them is strapped to one of those rockets, I feel like we can struggle quite a bit in that area. But of course, their competition still have their own strengths. Having that magician, having that detective, it should be a pretty fun one still heading into the game.
To add to that note, since you did mention that they kind of lack the defense lines and the rescuing potentials, I think it's gonna force them to really work with multiple mice in the area so that they could go for the save. But again, we are heading on to the patrolling phase of our round 1 second half between Team Left and Avengers. So usual strategy, the cat is going to open the secret passageway in the patio area, and the other side is gonna just scout some cheese locations in there. So right now, Game OV just going into these potions, and I think this is a robot cat too. I think he's not able to bring this up onto the pipes. We'll never know, because I kind of noticed that they don't bring these tools into when they go into the pipes. So right now, just seeing here onto the lower left side of the screen, the robot mice was able to spot some concoctions there to use for the dispatch phase.
Yeah, they just kind of throw away all of the items
Yeah.
here, as part for the ones that they can drink. And here we go. Game OV gonna start trying to dispatch these mice here in Night Castle. I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. Only 2 points gained by the half there for the mice. So there is a potential here for left to steal our first game if they are able to get a lot of these early dispatches without the wedges of cheese being pushed in.
So this is an early catch for Game OV, having Pirate Jerry into the rocket chair with the first seconds of our game. So a lot of items are being thrown at Tomcat here in hopes that they are able to go for the save. But you know what? He is fast on his feet, places a mousetrap on Pirate Jerry, and look at this. As mentioned earlier, there will be committing multiple mice to go for the save, and look at that. Game will be just utilizing this fact and just, went for the trade. Okay, sure, go ahead, save classic Jerry, Pirate Jerry rather, but the trade is going to be real because Magician Jerry is the one who is going to be seated into that rocket chair.
And he will immediately grab Pirate Jerry here as well. There should be 2 mice strapped on the rocket unless the rescue can come through there in the lower half, and he will just actually go back there and tie Pirate Jerry up to this rocket, who should be dispatched here very early on. But look at that, 3 wedges of cheese nearly pushed through here for the mice. Pretty coordinated with that as well. This should be the first dispatch. There you go, 2 minutes in, 1 dispatch, but 3 wedges of cheese. The progress the mice have been making, pushing in these wedges, has been huge so far in the dispatch phase. So there is some pressure here on Game OV to try and get dispatches earlier on, because the Avengers right now, they want to escape here. They want to get out. They want to get to the escape phase and really just seal this game 1 for their side.
But again, in terms of efforts and progress, there is some progress as well for Game OV, dispatching Pirate Jerry in the long run and just placing a classic Jerry in a rocket chair. So this forces at least one of the mouse to go into the vicinity and just go for the save. And right now, look at that, buffed up Jerry will be destroying his shields right there. And like it how Game OV just destroys that door so that the other mice is not going to go and utilize it to boot. So again, multiple commitments here in saving classic Jerry. So Game OV just really being patient at this point, waiting for that buffed up Jerry to be over in terms of the usage. And just right now, with 9 seconds on the clock, let's see if they are going to go for the save. They will be dropping themselves off, successfully saving classic Jerry. But you know what? Classic Jerry is going to be trapped into that mouse trap, dwindling his health. Let's see. He is going to go for some kites right here around the terrains to work with. But right now, he goes and falls down. Will be dizzy. And this time, Tom may be securing this dispatch.
The second dispatch of the game, but I'm really looking at the final wedge of cheese being pushed through here, because I believe if escape phase is triggered, even if Tom gets a dispatch here, he's only gonna get that 1 point for his team. It will still mean that the Avengers run away with our first game. Let's see, this is gonna end up being very, very close, because there are 4 wedges of cheese being pushed through right now, and the escape phase has been triggered. So I think the maximum amount of points he can get is only that 1 point.
Oh, all right. So that is a good job for the side of our mice right there, forcing that escape phase. So, okay, let's see. Ren was able to struggle out, but he was caught with that egg for classic Tom right here. So Okay, let's see. The other cat, which was the other mouse rather, which is Detective Jerry, is making his way through the cracks right here. So he was able to place Magician Jerry into the rocket chair, but I love the strategy wherein he destroys the crack first before attempting the save, just utilizing the time he still has here.
Mhm. So with the third dispatch here, Cats are gonna win for this round, but I wonder how much points he did actually get towards the end there, because I believe game one still should go over to the Avengers here, who should be going up 1-0 in our best of three.
True, and of course, this is the quick stats for earlier's game right there. Okay, sure. Game OV was doing a good job in actually catching all these mice, really containing them, and the priority of when in terms of his targets. But you know
Oh.
what? It's going to be left out with a draw right here, Chisto. So again, regardless, I guess, of what happens, we will be having game.
Yeah, interesting that it did end up in a draw. I thought if we did hit the escape phase, Cats would only be able to get that 1 point heading into the final one. But I guess not. Heading into game two, since game one ended in that draw, it will be a clean slate for both of these teams. A good time for them to reset, because basically we're back to zero here since we did start off with that draw. Everything is gonna be tied up. Everything. Well, I'm just wondering how you can start building that momentum heading into this one. As again, it's very difficult to take anything from that. That means that you're very evenly matched as well.
And I think if he only dispatched two of the mice, he only gets 1 point. But when he dispatches like three, I think that is equivalent to 2 points. That kind of like evens out the scoreboard right here. But we'll see it later in the long run. But as you mentioned, this is a reset, so regardless of what happens here, we are gonna push through with the third match to really determine who gets to be into our top 8 and who goes into the lower brackets.
And these two really have been competing very, very closely. I did say earlier that I think they're very evenly matched. So it's gonna really come down to the wire in terms of who might pick up the victory here, Saya. Because just seeing how they were playing, it was very back and forth. It was some of the mice getting dispatched and then they're trading again with some of the wedges of cheese being pushed in. So it's really difficult to tell who might come out on top here.
True. And with this being said, Chista, we are heading on to our round two first half of between Team Left and Team Avengers. Team Left game OV will be Tomcat first, and this time we are seeing the fundamentals pickings in terms of the mice, but still sticking to the Pirate Jerry pick right there, which makes me wonder, because during our first round, the Pirate Jerry had a lot of a rocket chair time. If it weren't for Cincy right there to just really contain the cat and continuously or consecutively saving him, it would have been better for me, honestly, if it were a different mouse. Basically, I think Mouseketeer Tuffy or King Jerry could have worked. But you know what? I think this is more of a comfort pick. And let's see if this time around, if Pirate Jerry is going to be utilized to its maximum extent. And we did mention earlier that we didn't see the cruise ship, but right now we are going to be heading into that just now, as patrolling phases is going to start.
And this is actually the first cruise ship that we are going to see today. We were discussing earlier about how we haven't exactly seen this specific map for today, and here we go. We will be seeing it for the first time tonight, and pretty wide map. A lot of the cat players tend to favor the lightning when we do head over on here, but we'll be having the classic Tom from game OV.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with that in terms of lightning really utilized into this cruise ship because look at how big the map is, and you would really want that mobility as much as possible into your hands. So, mousetrap is going to be placed into the mouse holes here located into the dining room area. So, with that being said, Chisto dispatch time is going to happen. So, first 10 minutes of our game is gonna happen here. Him being invisible kind of leaves them off guard, but I think him throwing the vase kind of gives away his location.
The mice should be able to figure out where he is right now, even though he is invisible. But Detective, nonetheless, is still gonna get caught out here. Gonna get tied up to the rocket here, and things are not looking good here for the mice very early on.
Early on, as they spot out Detective Jerry very early here, so this kind of forces our mice to go for that save. They have to save this Detective Jerry if they want his skills to be utilized as much as possible. But then again, for the second time around, we'll be tying him down, utilizing that mouse traps that is indicated, actually stayed right here. So, that is the third time to Booth, and it's just good priority coming in from Game OV.
Yeah, he really committed right there. Really wanted to get rid of the mouse, and with Detective off the board, Game OV really wants to grab the early momentum for his team right now. He is gonna work on his second mouse here. Gonna be chasing down Classic Jerry RBT in a bit of trouble right now, blinded by that egg.
So again, invisibility for Tomcat right here on the chase. For, if I'm not mistaken, the Classic Jerry, going to place him in a very high place, and look at that, he spots the bunny and swats it out maybe later. Oh, he's not. Oh, there you go. And just like that, again, the priority is real, placing the mouse traps. And again, I think he will be doing a similar strategy. But Magician Jerry is on the vicinity, will be going for the save anytime soon. And of course, Gabe will be knowing this is gonna deny that fact, will be taking him one, but injures two of the mice. So Jerry is gonna be on a dizzy position right here, gets strapped into the rocket chair with 16 seconds on the clock. Now look at this. Okay, so Game OV is just staying in the area, not really letting the others go for the save, but at the same time not going too far in an extent wherein he can be saved. And now he is in the position of the dining room area simply because he knows that he is going to be securing another dispatch. But you know what? That is going to be not denied, as they will be going for the save. But the trade is real, as Pirate Jerry is the one who's going to be drawn off the map.
That's two dispatches already, and Game OV seems to have warmed up very, very quickly right now. Wants to get the max amount of points for his team, as no wedges of cheese have been pushed through just yet here, Seiya. He is not wasting any time at all, and it's going to be very tricky for Magician right now, who already is quite injured, to try and go for the save because Game OV is smelling blood. Less than 4 minutes having passed here in the dispatch phase. Only one wedge of cheese being pushed through, and that's not even one of the mice. It's actually one of the summoned rabbits here from the Magician, who's trying his best to kite away. Is struggling to do so at the moment because the ability from Tom will be able to blind him out right now. And he go for the rescue. I don't think he got it.
I don't think so. Oh, actually, he wasn't able to go for the save, and in return, look at that. Game OV sitting in a very beautiful position, dispatching all members of the mice. So this is just a game changer for the side of Avengers right here. Oh, no, really whopping that 6 points. That's just a heavy deal for them, so that they have a little bit of breather to work with come our second half, when they are the ones into the mice side. So this is the quick details of the post-game match that happened earlier. And look at that, Game OV just really hitting those attacks, just throwing all of the hits. And the fact that he knows how to commit into a single target, especially when he places it into the rocket chair. Because if you noticed earlier during the game, Unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, that was Detective Jerry. He was seated on the Rocketeer very early, so a lot of multiple, efforts coming in from the mice to go for this save. Although they were just doing some distractions, he is really pinning down that detective, two consecutive times for him to secure that dispatch. So that is, good thinking for Game OV. So
Very,
that was
very,
left, sorry, who was the cat side. Okay.
very, very quickly able to dispatch all of the mines, and this makes things tricky for the opposing team now that they have a lot of points to try and make up here. So we're gonna need a pretty great performance here coming from the cat player of left for Avengers, sorry, if they want to come back here and just grab anything back heading into the third and deciding game of this best of three. And after game one, I was saying how evenly matched these two teams are, but after that performance from Game OV, it seems like he just wanted to get things over with very, very quickly, and he did so in a pretty exciting fashion as well.
True. And as you mentioned, I think the best cat that would work here is either Classic Tom or Lightning to boot, because I think he can't use Topsy at this point because he has a lot of areas to work with, and controlling the two cats and you neglecting the other Topsy cat there is not really gonna work into your favor, especially if you try to commit into a single target. So let's see though with the pickings that they will be having in a short while.
Should be fun to see what characters they bring out, as we did see the Topsy come out here in the tournament, something that we don't see very common here throughout the group stage at Top Clans. And yeah, let's see whether or not he will decide to go for a different cat, because like you mentioned, the map very important as well. You can't exactly go for that Topsy in a map like the cruise ship, because it's a really, really big map, and you want to have that mobility so that your cat can cover a lot of that ground and chase down those mice. And if it's not Lightning, we saw that Classic Tom works just as well, since he was able to get those quick dispatches. So we'll see what happens once we do go over to the picking phase.
True, and as mentioned, Avengers have a lot of points to work with here if they still want to even out the odds for them. So looks like we won't be seeing either Classic Tom or Lightning, as they will be using Butch this time around. And for the side of left, the usuals. Mouseketeer Tuffy, a Magician, Classic Jerry. I'm surprised we don't see a Detective Jerry here.
I think that not having Detective is fine as long as you have Magician on your team. Either one of the two really would be a very, very big help for your side. And now that we see the Magician come out, it means that those pesky little rabbits that can be used to do his bidding will be a bit of trouble here for Butch on the cat side, because he's not really known for being the mobile cat here on the list of playable characters, but he is one of those that can disrupt his opponents very, very well. He can stun them around and charge at them very, very effectively. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one will go, as we will be hopping on over to our patrol phase. 6 points for Avengers to overcome here. Very tall order for them right now.
And okay, we see that Butch is into the captain's quarters, was able to spot out the robot mouse. Okay, sure, it's okay to go for the chase, but I think the nice strategy here is to just really buff yourself up at this point. But it went well for Butch, as he was able to take down that robot mouse in the process. And now he is into the film area. Just, okay, he was able to spot in some cheese and a potion to have that as well. So he knows where some of the cheese are located, transitions himself onto the stairs. I think he spotted out that robot mouse earlier. So look at that. They are already into the deck area. Let us see. He is not going to go for the chase, since this is still the patrolling phase.
And just like that, patrol phase will end here. We are going to hop over to the dispatch phase as Zill will be turning invisible right now. Gonna hunt for some of these mice, and this is the common strat that we see a lot of our cat players do. They are gonna start off invisible right now, and we'll be trying to catch some of these unsuspecting mice. Look here, he's gonna find all of them actually.
Oh, a lot of them really committed into the kitchen area right here. So Bombi's gonna deplete his health with, him being dizzy at the moment. And of course, Zill, he was stunned earlier, but thanks to that helmet with Musketeer Tuffy, this forces Zill to reposition himself and look for another target.
He is still invisible though, so that does work in his favor. Let's see whether or not he can find a catch here onto one of the mice. He did drop his invisibility at the moment and is currently chasing. This is Pirate Jerry, I believe. Does get that one hit in, but unfortunately falls down the stairs, and he will lose track of that Pirate Jerry. He's gonna switch over here to the Magician. Wants to get rid of that cheese. Oh no.
All right, so a little bit of buffs into his kit right here. So Magician Jerry is going to try to lure out a Butch, but Butch will be fast on his feet, is able to place Magician Jerry in a rocket chair. But look at that, Musketeer Tuffy will be going for the save with the help of his helmet to add more security. Now he is going to fall down and just utilizing his helmet, not going to get in some fall damages right here. So again, Musketeer Tuffy was able to go for the escape, plus that Magician Jerry was able to throw something out of a Butch, which made him dizzy. So 2 wedges of cheese already pushed down, and look at that, he was able to use his skill sets of his own to push away this cheese that is into the dining room area.
And with that, 2 wedges of cheese will be pushed through here, and Zill is really struggling to grab anyone right now. Things are not looking too great for him, because even if he does get this dispatch through, I don't think he will be able to get that many points on the board to match the 6 points that left currently have. So time is working against him at the moment. He can't allow these mice to get too much progress pushing these wedges of cheese in.
Unfortunately, that fog kind of blocks out his vision, really giving some gap for the initial mouse chase here. So the bunny once again will be pushing this cheese onto the deck area. So, okay, he denies that easily by Zill just pushing it away back, forces it to go onto the dock, and now fixes the rocket chair into the stairs area to be utilized later. Onto the beach, let's see if he is gonna spot out that Magician Jerry off with the SWAT, plus the bunny is just gonna, transport that cheese, but is gonna be denied though, as Butch is gonna take Magician Jerry now. He is gonna sit him into the stairs. Rocket chair, look at that. Dynamite is gonna be used with that 5 count that they have to escape here, but look at that nice push coming in from Butch, and here we go. Magician Jerry just thumbs up that, and just a little bit of, good sportsmanship right there. So because of that, Pirate Jerry is going to be captured here, and just waiting for this timer before going into any place. This kind of like secures the take, but look at that. There was seconds into the Magician Jerry here, and look here, Musketeer Tuffy goes for the save, and that was a trade though, and Pirate Jerry is the one who is going to be dispatched.
And that is the first dispatch finally here for Zill. But keep in mind the amount of cheese wedges that will be pushed through here, because that will be the final scoring basis for him. And with 3 already being pushed through, it's going to be hard to match the 6 points that left already have. I think they only need to push in 1 more wedge of cheese, and they should be securing the second half here for themselves as well. Let's see, Bombi here working, and actually really interesting use there of the ability from Butch, able to stop the progress of that wedge of cheese being pushed in.
Yeah, and I think he is notified already, but look at that, was stunned by the canary and will be swatting at this bunny once more. So this kind of all denies the fact of them actually pushing some cheese. So Yeah, as you mentioned, really good usage of this to really delay the pushing time of against the mice. So the mice has to do a different strategy here, but them really clumped up together in one spot is not a good idea to go to work.
Hmm. And you're seeing here the rabbit trying to get a lot of work done there. That's how pesky the magician can be. He doesn't even need to be in a spot. He can just hide somewhere away from the cat while the rest of his rabbits push these wedges through.
So right now, Butch with a low health though, if he gets one hit coming from the mice, that could stun him. So he has to be careful there, or at least gain a little bit of his health. So he has to be careful as well with that bruise on guard. So he was able to swat down the Musketeer Tuffy here in terms of carrying the cheese. So as mentioned, he was stunned in some duration, but this activates the helmet of Musketeer Tuffy. So I guess the initial plan here is to just lure Butch into the stairs area. But I think Zill already knows this. But in the process, however, they were able to push another wedge of cheese and with one remaining, but time is ticking. 3 minutes on the clock. They have to really secure the remaining cheese that is into the dock area, which is what Magician Jerry and Classic Jerry is about to do.
Hmm. And Musketeer Tuffy is really, really far away from the objective that they're trying to do right now. And look at that magician. He's trying to be as annoying as possible here and commanding that rabbit to do his bidding for him. Zill struggling right now to try and contain these mice who seem to be giving him a lot of trouble at the moment. And there you go. He is gonna push that wedge of cheese away once more. And it's really stopping the progress of the mice right now, who have 3 minutes left to try and push this wedge, but that is still plenty time.
Uh-huh. But I love the defense that's happening here for Butch. And just getting some milk for some additional HP to avoid getting completely stunned. So the dynamite's gonna be used to stun him off. So I think the mice has to do something with Butch really denying that push take coming from the mice right here. So Fog's gonna block him some vision, whilst the other mouse, which is I think that was Magician Jerry, is gonna try to make himself work here. So Musketeer Tuffy gets the cheese, will transition himself up the stairs, but Butch is not falling far behind, was able to capture Magician Jerry in the process, will be placing him into the rocket chair. So this kind of forces Musketeer Tuffy to go in the vicinity.
Hmm. And this should stop a bit of the progress that the mice are making in terms of pushing that wedge of cheese in. And again, he's just gonna keep using this ability to stop them from pushing that final wedge of cheese. So the mice right now are struggling quite a bit. I think if they want to get this push going through, they need to somehow be able to incapacitate Butch here, because every time he's just gonna keep pushing that wedge away from the hole. And it looks like Magician should be dispatched here very shortly, unless the mice somehow are able to find that rescue from going through. And just as Butch leaves the area, the mice are gonna arrive here on the scene and go for this rescue. They will get Magician off of this rocket, but really the objective for the mice right now, they seem to be struggling to push that wedge of cheese in.
True, and they have to get the cheese in a favorable position wherein Butch is not gonna push it again into the hole. But look at that, they were able to force it into the escape phase right here. So the crack is gonna be located into the dock area. And let's see, the mice, however, has to really work their strats away here. And Butch being in the vicinity kinda gives him this time to really protect the crack from being destroyed.
And just in the nick of time, really, they were starting to run out of time in the dispatch phase, and they were finally able to get to the escape phase here. Really clutch from the mice right now, who want to start closing out this second game after that 6-0 start. We'll have to wait and see what's gonna happen here, as scoring wise, I believe the cats should be able to take, I mean, sorry, the mice should be able to take game two, even if the cats are able to dispatch them. So it seems like left should be heading into our third game in the best of three on a pretty positive note here.
And Zill, though, really, the tables have turned. He is going to be stunned by the mice right here. But the mice, however, has still need to put in some effort in terms of destroying the crack. So I like it how Zill just positions himself in a way that he's not too far from the crack. But look at that. He kept catching all of those dynamites and all of those items that can stun him for good. And this just leaves our mice to destroy it fully in here. So he's gonna repair it to add some additional delays. But look at this. His vision was blocked. So Musketeer Tuffy just really tanking this all up. And look at that. Rolls it and forces another stun. So this is a good opportunity now for our mice to work into destroying completely the crack. So let's see. Butch is gonna go into the stairs area, gonna try and catch the other mice right here. But the other mice is just going for some aerial attacks in the crack here.
And the position of the crack actually makes it very tricky for the mice to approach, as it is in one of the corners of the map right now. So that does mean that whenever they do go there, it's sort of funneling all of them into the waiting cat. And there's not really many options for them to rotate compared to when the crack pops up, in the middle of the map where they can just go to either side. But this is forcing them to funnel into the cat right now if they want to get some work done onto the crack. So they are struggling quite a bit here, but they know what the objective is. They have about a minute to go left here in our escape phase, and they're slowly chipping away here, tossing objects at that crack. Zill trying his best to play some defense, but 3-on-1, not exactly the best odds for him.
Yeah, and look at that. His health keeps on depleting and he's just being stunned by the members of our mice right here. Of course, we saw that the crack is in a very cornered place, but this is also like an opportunity for our mice to just keep on stunning Butch back there. So it kind of worked in their favor. There was some time to be used, more so efforts, but it went well into the favor of our mice. And as you mentioned, Team Left will be going into game number 3 with a comfortable spot.
And we have to go back and think about where all of this started. I think we have to talk about Game OV and his cat performance to open things up, where he was able to get those very, very quick dispatches, looked very comfortable on this map as well. And once he did get that 6-0 to start off, it set his team up for huge success, as it will be a 10-0 game 2 here for Left. And heading into game 3, I wonder, how will the Avengers bounce back here? Backs against the wall. Maybe need to call some backup here. Avengers seem to be struggling quite a bit.
Maybe time to dish out some newer cats or mouse right here. Let's see. But you know what? Still, there's still that difference wherein you stick into the meta or you just go for some exotic picks that could really wow your opposing team. So it's like a double-edged sword if you try to look at that. If you try to take that into account. So let's see, because it's about to start in a few. So let us see. I mean, I'm pretty interested to see some newer mouse or newer cat picks right here. So I'm just really excited.
I will say though, I like the approach that Zill had going into that round, knowing that he needed to dispatch the mice and at the same time stop them from pushing wedges of cheese in. So he picked the cat that has an ability to basically reset the progress on those wedges of cheese by charging straight through them. So I like the idea, but unfortunately towards the end, the mice were just able to get so many wedges of cheese through that it became very tricky for him to match the 6 points and actually even just start a dispatch there on any one of those mice. So really good job by Left, hoping that they will be able to carry over that momentum heading into the third game of our best of 3. Really fun that we get to go the distance here for our second one of the evening.
True. And there's still one more match after this. So, really onto your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking, guys, we have some prizes for you as well. Of course, we won't forget you. There is a indicated instructions onto our pinned comment section to redeem the respective codes. But right now, look at this, Chisto. Again, another top seed pick for the side of Avengers and for the side of left, which is the mouse side. Once again, let's see, the fundamentals are there, but Pirate Jerry is still going to be on the cake.
And Topsy rocking that reindeer hat. Already feeling the Christmas vibes, even though we're still in, I'd say, spooky season here. Nearly Halloween. I believe one of the dates for the for the knockout stage is actually right on top of Halloween, so that should be a fun one for you guys. Maybe see a couple of these Halloween themed skins, but here we go. We are gonna be hopping straight into the game here, Saya, as patrol phase will start for Zil.
Gonna be done into the classic home. Again, one of the areas that a Topsy can, go around and work with, but you have to be careful as well too, because even this classic home here kind of still will force a cat to go for some efforts and greater heights. But here, usual strategies that both our teams do whenever they are in their respective sides. Avengers here just taking scouting and looking for some potions to strengthen him up, whilst the other mice are just using the robots to locate the cheese.
Exactly, and in 10 seconds we will be starting off our dispatch phase. Let's see how this will go down for them, as very crucial round right now for the Avengers. Zil especially, he wants to start his team off on a positive note here, because game 3, deciding game. Remember, loser of this one will be ending their tournament life here at Top Clans, while the winner will be moving on to face off against Shadow later today. So very, very crucial right now that Zil is able to win this half for his team.
So, as mentioned, dispatch phase is gonna be going down. So, Pipes his way into the utility room. So, he did spot that bunny who is pushing that wedge of cheese into it and tries to stop it. But look at how compressed our mice are at. I think this is a rally for them. Just really, they might plan to go for a 2 push in terms of the cheesesteaks, and the other 2 is just gonna go and lure out Topsy here, considering the fact that he has that double kinger potentials that he has.
Let's see how this one will go over for them, as King Jerry, very crucially, is actually the first one tied up to one of the rockets right now, and that's one of your best rescuers on your team. And you see how many people they commit right now to try and save him, but he's grabbed 2 of them, one in the clone and one in his side. Wow, interesting thing here from Topsy. He wants to dispatch all of these guys.
Alright, so King Jerry's still into that rocket chariot here, and look at that, kaboom goes the dynamites. Both Pirate Jerry and both Topsy is going to be stunned in a short duration, but King Jerry off the board already with less than 2 minutes to work with. Topsy doing a pretty good job in taking down these mice.
Doing an excellent job of taking down these mice, already getting 1 out of the way, and he wants to redeem himself really after the previous round that we just saw. It seems like he is getting a bit more comfortable here on this map.
Ooh, nice usage of the base right there, throwing off guard the magician and completely stuns him by giving him a whack. And just like that, we see that magician Jerry is onto the living room area to be seated into the rocket chair. So I love it how Zil just stuns Bruce here, and not really going off in a far distance to just secure this dispatch once again.
He wants to get rid of one of those mice right now and get that second mouse out of the equation. And this early on into the dispatch phase, if you are able to catch out 2 of the mice already, things are already gonna look amazing for you moving forward here. It seems like Magician will be the second mouse to go away here, Seiya. And with Pirate and Detective left, I feel like they're gonna struggle to try and even escape here because things are looking great here for Zil. What a turnaround it has been for him.
Uh-huh. And right now we see just Zil really being patient right here with knowing the fact that our mice still has a lot to work with in terms of pushing the cheese. So let's see how Zil is able to work this out. He was able to dispatch 2 of the mice. So the winning conditions for our mouse side right here is to force the escape phase, or actually get as much cheese to be pushed in as possible.
And I'm looking at where the mice are right now. They already are grouped, so they're trying to work with strength in numbers right now, stacking on top of each other. Of course, both of these mice do have some tools to try and get away from Zil. Pirate Jerry can toss that heavy coin at him to delay him, as you see right there. And Detective can turn invisible, but it seems like it will be Pirate Jerry who will be trying to kite away from Topsy here. Over to the piano we go. Oh, he is in trouble. He's been grabbed.
Yeah, which is a common strategy simply because Detective Jerry is, really great for being stealthy and to really go for some push kicks. So as mentioned, let's see, Pirate Jerry was caught in the process here. Well, Detective Jerry is going to force that push onto the dining room area with 55 seconds to work with here. I think he's just going to focus on pushing it at least halfway before going for the save. Or he could go for the escape on his own, but that's going to be very difficult if when comes the escape phase where he has to destroy the crap.
30 seconds left here. And I think Zil already knows that Detective is probably on his way. Even though he is invisible, he has to rescue his teammate right now. But there's 2 Topsies that you need to get rid of here. 19 seconds left. The rocket counting down, ticking down.
Oh, unfortunately, we see that Pirate Jerry was trapped. Detective Jerry rather was trapped into the mouse trap here, so he gonna leaves it in a injured position, and there goes another trade. And look at that, Chisto. He is going to dispatch completely our mice.
Cat will win there, but I wonder how much points he did get for his own team, as I believe 4 wedges of cheese were pushed through there by the mice, so still not the maximum amount of points here. But Zil able to bounce back for the first half here of Game 3, and he will be able to pick up the victory going up against the mice. And I think one big crucial thing there is it was actually the King Jerry that got dispatched first. So without that really effective rescuer on your side, the moment the rest of you get to those rockets, it's going to be very difficult for your team to actually get them off the rockets. And we saw how easy it was for Zil to come through there.
With this similar trend that King Jerry is always the one, being prioritized into our, into our game generally. I think there is going to be an adjustment in terms of the draft as well. I think they will be, replacing King Jerry with a Mouseketeer Tuffy instead, since in terms of efficiency, I think he has the one to boot. So look at that with this Chisto. I think this is going to be a game for Team Left right here, garnering up a total of 12 points in all of our rounds.
Yeah, they will be able to pick it up. A strong game too, really, from their side. That is what gave them the victory here. So Left able to move through here to our third best of 3 of the evening. They will of course be going up against Shadow, who did drop down here after our first best of 1. But unfortunately for the Avengers, it is not their time just yet, and they will be snapped away here from Top Clans 2020.
But do not fret, guys. There are a lot of opportunities for you to join in to our Tom and Jerry tournaments in coming the later times. But for now, again, congratulations to Team Left. You guys still will be moving forward. And with that, it's a matter of who gets to be snapped away or who gets to be, falling into the darkness, as we will be witnessing the match of Team Shadow and Team Avengers in a while. What? That was right.
Yeah. I saw that you tried to mimic the Thanos snap, but it was
I
his
cannot.
left hand.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And I have little fingers, you see. Cannot do that. Cannot really do that,
But yeah, pretty fun best of 3 that we just witnessed, going all the way to the third and decisive game. But I have to highlight that game too, that really quick dispatch round that they had. It really set the tone for the entire best of 3, and I think that is the performance that I want to highlight, coming from Left. Game OV really working hard there to carry his team to victory. So yeah, heading into the last one, I am expecting a pretty close match between the two, as they did look both of them did look pretty strong. Despite Shadow dropping down to the lower bracket, it was still a pretty close fight there in the upper bracket. So I'm excited. I'm pumped to see what will happen for our third and final best of 3 of the evening, Saya.
And yeah, shortly we will be witnessing just that. But again, guys, to those who are watching the stream, do not really go away, because we have some amazing prizes in store for you. And later on, we will be seeing who gets to be the MVP of our round, which is going to be Game OP with that average score of 3,814. He was able to have that 9 throws, 7.5, which was tied into the rocket chair, and dispatched 3.5, which makes me wonder, how do you tie the 0.5? How do you tie the 0.5?
He tied half a mouse.
Yeah, you kind of, slice it into a cake. But yeah, Game OV doing a pretty good job in actually containing our mice right there earlier into the phases of our game. And later on, as repeated, we will be seeing the match between Team Shadow or Team Avengers for that lower bracket match. And again, guys, we have this thing called the lucky draw. And again, this is indicated onto your screens, which you can get to participate. You just have to guess who is going to be the winner of our matches here, and you can win like $2 US dollars there. So yeah, just trying to get your chance to win some freebies.
Pretty easy to get that as well. And of course, we can't forget about the gift codes that we'll be showing on the stream. And one thing about these gift codes that we'll be showing, it's very, very easy to claim the prizes that you can get from these. Just need to follow these very simple instructions that you see here. And of course, it all starts by scanning the QR code that you see on your screens right now. And mind you guys, the gift code will change for every different day that we are live here on stream. So if you want to get the most amount of freebies, you need to tune in every day to see this gift code.
Yes, and of course, in a bit, we will be seeing the final match of the day. But for now, guys, we will be heading on to the highlights and, of course, a very, very quick break. All right, this is going to be your casters for this match. My name's Siora, and with me is Chisto. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 flip the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
And we're back, guys, to Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational. We're heading into the final best of 3 of the evening, of course. We're still going to be your commentators. My name is Chisto. Alongside me is Sayora. How are you feeling tonight that we are finally going over to our final best of 3?
I kind of like mixed it up a little bit. It was supposed to be Shadow versus Left. Okay. Now I got my mind straight, and I'm pretty excited how both of these teams are gonna whack it off and secure their spot for our single eliminations. For that is gonna come into the later parts of our game. But we still have one more group stage that is gonna come tomorrow. But you know what? Let's focus on the now, Chista. I mean, I'm pretty excited. Both of our teams here gonna fight for the lower brackets, and I'm pretty excited what kind of strategies that they are gonna dish out. Will they go like on the meta side, or will they finally dish out something really off the book or off the charts?
Yeah, and of course it will be Shadow here going up against Left, and we've seen how quickly both of these teams can get rolling. I feel like it at any point of any half, one of their cat players can just go off and just dispatch all of the buys and get that maximum 6 points here. So that will be something very crucial for us to watch out for, as here we see the stats here from both of these teams, and I'm pretty sure that they will match up pretty well, pretty evenly against each other as well. So I am looking forward to how this best of 3 will pan out. I think it's gonna be very important for them to start building off that momentum early on, as that will be what should carry them over the line here and into our top 8.
Indeed, and of course, I don't know, the chase is really into my veins right now with all of the action that we are witnessing. But yeah, I wasn't able to, complete my sentences earlier, and of course, it's not gonna be completed right now because we're gonna head straight into the game. Chisto, look at this. Left will be onto the cat side using Classic Tom with Game OV. We'll be hovering it out. And for the side of Shadow, we still see their usual comfort picks right here. And I like that Valentine skin there. Very lovey-dovey,
Yeah, I like the skin, but I'm not a big fan of the Devil Tuffy pick. I think it's very difficult for teams to run with the Devil Tuffy just because of what he provides in the current meta. And he doesn't exactly rescue his teammates that well, and he's not one of those mice you pick to push in those wedges of cheese. You use him to disrupt the cat and try to deal damage and get your team and buy your team ample amounts of time. But again, let's see whether or not they can execute and really play to the strengths of that Devil Tuffy, because I've seen a lot of the teams struggle when it comes to trying to utilize him as effectively as they could.
But, I think with them really having a comfortable pick on this Devil Tuffy, I think they can, really work things out right here. try to force a different perspective into on how they utilize Devil Tuffy. But this is going to be the third match, first round of our first half between Team Shadow and Team Left. And the usual routines that both of these teams do is to just scout the areas for the mice to get the locations of the cheese. For Tom here, pretty interesting though that he is, throwing all of these items into the captain's quarters and just taking all the potions once more again. So with 20 seconds on the clock, we will be starting our dispatch phase.
And Game OV was able to take out one of the robot mice, so that's at least less information here for the mice to work with. As he will be drinking the invisibility potion here. And this is the common strategy that the cat tends to go for. He wants to catch the unsuspecting mice as usual. You don't want to reveal yourself to the person you're chasing early on, so you're gonna try and gather some info here and just get an idea of where the mice will be coming out from.
So again, mouse traps is going to be placed into the mouse holes right here. I mean, usually you would want to place them in a predictive way wherein the other mice might go into that certain area to simply just notify it. But I think this is a move for security for Game OV, considering that the map is a bit of a broad in comparison with the others. So he is able to corner out the Magician Jerry in the early stages of our game. So this is a good deal because it is one of the secluded areas of the map. And look at that, with a cheese next to it, this kind of like is a 2-in-1 favorable part for him because he gets to go and protect both the rocket-tiered mouse and the cheese. But look at that, they were able to go for the save. And Game OV here has to really go and prioritize the Magician Jerry at this point. So another rocket chair here. Really nice that the King Jerry was trapped into the mouse trap that was laid down by Game OV.
Have been using that one quite well, but right now Game OV is just having a bit of a dance right now, playing this one very, very patiently. He did injure Magician a bit, but let's see how Game OV decides.
So yeah, that we are gonna head on to a little bit of a pause right there, just fixing and tweaking some stuff for you guys to see some better action into the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitationals, guys. And this is once again the third match of our day between. This is a lower bracket match between Shadow and Left. So this is going to be a fight for their spot come the single eliminations. And I think this is the perfect time for me to finally complete me and my sentence. Guys, to those who are currently watching, there we have some stuff coming in for you. All you have to do is just follow the simple instructions indicated onto the pinned comments right there. Go onto the website, really claim that code right there. Don't forget though to enter your in-game ID and choosing your servers. Follow the instructions there as you enter the captcha code and the key that is always indicated in the lower right side of the screen whenever we are in the game. And when that is all done deal, you go log into the game and you will be seeing that prizes in the mailbox. There, I finally completed it.
It seems like you were raring to have that one
Yes.
go, but yeah, pretty easy to claim all of these prizes. Hopefully, we do again get back into the game in a very short while. I'm sure both teams as well will be raring to go right now because I feel like they want to find out who moves on here and who goes home because both of these teams want to put themselves in a position where they are already in our top 8. We already have 5 teams that are in the top 8, and this will be the 6th slot for them. And of course, tomorrow we get to find out who will come out of Group D and join the rest of the teams there. And one thing that me and Arctic noticed that each group there was really that one standout team that could be a favorite for the tournament. And so far, I feel like Group C has been the most closely stacked group. I think a lot of these games have been pretty close across all of these teams, and it's not just that one super good team that has been dominating the entire group. So I'm excited to see how the rest of Group C will pan out here.
True, true. And yes, this is going pretty intense as our days and matches pass by because we get to see a lot of verticality for both the cat and mouse picks for each of our team and how they work things through with it was pretty evident during the first matches of our game on specifically using Tomcat. One was really dominating with level 0, having that Tomcat earlier, and the other one just went for the escape phase, but still hold the ground off, preventing the mice from escaping. So a lot of fast-paced moments here at the same time, containing matters that we were able to witness for this day. So who knows what kind of tactics that we are going to see for tomorrow's matches as Group D will be sorted out.
Yeah, should be fun for Group D, and there was a couple of dominating teams in Group D. We did see our fastest dispatch from Group D yesterday, and it should be a fun one for you and Arctic to see tomorrow.
Yes, I will be with Arctic, tomorrow, and yeah, and it's just fun because we've been like expecting some cheesy picks from our teams, but so far they are still clinging onto the metas that I reckon you and Arctic did kind of sort it out, which is in terms of choosing the appropriate mice for your team composition. So it's interesting, but I would there's this one tiny spray of hope making me feel that I wish at some point they would choose something out of the ordinary. But you know what? This is a tournament, so you basically want to cling on to something of more security in winning your rounds.
Yeah, I agree. We did get some uncommon picks earlier today with the top C coming out from the Avengers, but other than that, the entire tournament basically has been, am I picking Tom or am I picking Lightning depending on the map, and the teams haven't really had any variation from that, and it has been working out quite well for them. They know how versatile Tom can be in terms of covering different scenarios because of how all around his kit is. And he's a really strong character, so I'm not really surprised that a lot of the teams have been favoring him over a lot of the other cats here in the game.
True. And again, guys, just a quick reminder, we also have this thing called the Lucky Draw. So you can participate there, guys, also to win at least $2 into your bags. All you have to do is just simply guess the team who is going to be the winner. And of course, we will also be showing you the proper procedures for that. And again, guys, just a quick reminder that these teams are fighting for a whopping prize pool of $20,000. If you imagine what you can do with that amount, especially when you're in rank 1, winning like $10,000 to boot.
Yeah, split across 5, maybe 6 players, I should say, including for their entire team. But yeah, should be a pretty hefty prize for all of you to work with there. And I am looking forward to who will be crowned the champion here, because I was able to witness a lot of the group stage. So I did see a lot of these teams, a lot of the players really show up, and most of the team star players actually have been their cat players. It's usually quite difficult for the Vice to actually shine in that regard, because a lot of the time, most of them are just getting dispatched here. I feel like the cats have been winning more often. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see as the tournament does move on.
Yeah, I mean, if you do see that there's a similar pattern here for groups A and B, you notice that our mice were the ones who were getting and gathering some points for their teams. But this time for our group C and D, they kind of took it in a different approach. Wherein, okay, you will be on the cast. I will just secure all of these mouse dispatches and, just swag up a straight 6 points on your hand, and that is an interesting trend because this also weighs how efficient you are as both the cat and mouse, and I'm pretty excited to see what will happen come our single eliminations with the passing days that we will be having.
Yeah, top 8 should be a banger for everyone, especially
Yeah.
since it's gonna be single elimination, so things will be taken a lot more seriously for that one. You don't really have that much time to adjust or adapt after dropping to the lower bracket, like these teams right now who will be competing. So things will be a lot more serious as they all do slot in towards our top 8.
Mhm. Yes, yes, yes. And in a while, we will be showing you once again the game, but I think due to some, we all just really go into that phase wherein there is some tweaks that has to address for you guys. It's also for your convenience, to really watch the game in a very smooth manner, and us cashers as well. We are gonna, really relate to you the games in a smooth order. Don't want to be disrupted or anything. So this is for the greater good. All right, people, for the greater good.
Yeah, I'm actually just reading up on the different characters, just trying brushing up what exactly they provide in game. Seeing the different abilities that they do. Because again, we've been seeing the same 4 characters, the same 4 or 5, including the cat, throughout the tournament, and I'm really just preparing for when somebody brings out one of these mice characters that we haven't seen being played. And we're just preparing for that moment when we're just gonna either get surprised or we know what kind of strategy they're gonna go for here in the competition.
Because basically, as we did mention throughout the previous days of our games, this is a very momentum-based game. So at the very early seconds of especially the dispatch time, you would really want to secure at least 2 mice for the side of the cats. Then for the side of the mice, however, you would really want to lure out that cat to, really push the wedges of cheese in a favorable time for the side of the mouse here. So there are a lot of factors too to consider, especially because the early game, I believe, is pretty important in every game actually that we have, because that kind of dictates who gets to have the upper hand. So the only thing that it can really differ is that number one, the cat kind of clutches it in time for the mouse to not make it into the escape phase, or if ever the escape phase does happen, the cat is gonna contain it and hope for the best onto the next round.
Yeah, I agree. Cat half should be, especially the first half, I should say, is the very important round because you want to head into the next round with an advantage. So you want to get that victory first, just get some points on the board and try to make as big of a gap between yourself and the opposing team heading into the next half.
True. And for the side of the mice, however, it's also important that, okay, let's say you are able to lure out the cats. It's important to really push those wedges of cheese as much as possible. Your target is basically to go up against the escape phase, because at least if you are able to secure that fact, you will be gathering up some points up your sleeve, even though, let's say, you were contained by the cat. But of course, this is a tournament. You would really want to go and escape all throughout the phases of the game, right? So those are the things that you have to consider as well.
I believe we should be getting into the game very shortly. We weren't really that far into the dispatch phase as well during that game, so we didn't exactly see what both sides were gonna go for, whether or not the mice had a fast-paced strategy ready where they just wanted to rush in and push as many of wedges of cheese into the holes as soon as they possibly can, or if they wanted to play it out slowly and just gradually, slowly but surely put in the progress, and just maybe if there was a magician, let the rabbit do the work for them. So heading into this next game, there's really not much to tell between how these two teams will stack up against each other, but I do believe that it will be a fairly close best of three between the two. So I am pretty much looking forward to how that will pan out for them.
Truly. And yeah, but guys, with all of these analysis that both Chiso and I are dishing out, if you want to really go into the action, you can play this game as well, guys, which is available in both the App Store and Google Play. Okay, so you can get to experience your childhood cartoon in a game. So what you waiting for, guys? You just click that, and search the game Tom and Jerry Chase into that respective platforms, and you are good to go. So you kind of have like a rough idea of what we're basically discussing right here. But as we wait for the match to actually load out, guys, do like really a safety reminder to keep safe as well. Yeah, just a quick side step into that. Always stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. And the chase will be on in a short while. But as you know, like when these teams are already established heading on to the single eliminations round, take note of the word single, because you're not gonna have any more cushion to work with during that time, and you would really want to go all out in that position, because as mentioned, if you don't have that kind of cushion, you don't already have that comeback potential anymore. So as much as you want to win your spot, might as well dish everything out.
I was thinking you had a different reason for emphasizing the word single there, but yeah, single elimination, like you mentioned, very, very crucial for these teams to really start performing and doing their best heading over to, again, the knockout stages here. Gonna be very exciting for everyone to witness. And yeah, it seems like we have quite a bit of time to discuss some things before we head into our second game.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm honestly pretty bummed that the team called Avengers is out of the tournament, because there was a lot of, I'd say, Marvel references that you can go through with the Avengers. Especially they were facing a team called Left, right? And if you remember the really epic scene from Endgame where Falcon goes to Cap, where he's on your left. Yeah, it was a really fun coincidence, I guess, that they'd go up, but unfortunately the Avengers did get snapped away.
And yeah, a lot of reference to add as well. But you know what? Unfortunately, there is going to be a certain time wherein a tournament journey must end, and they were the ones, as you mentioned, were the first to be snapped out of our board. So what's left is legitimately left and Shadow to boot, which is why we are heading on to our third match right now. So yeah, we're just really waiting for the game to load at this point. So I do apologize for the sudden, references here and there.
Yeah, it's maybe it's a good time to grab a snack for most of our viewers. I believe it is around dinner time. So maybe head on over to the kitchen or wherever you prepare your food and try and grab a snack for yourselves while watching. Maybe order some takeout as well if you're not exactly the chef type.
Indeed, with the online food services that are available there, guys, you might want to choose the latter. Just really sit back and just wait for your order to arrive. I'm pretty sure you opened that up because I think you yourself.
No, one thing that's been keeping me occupied recently is watching a lot of these cooking videos online. It doesn't even need to be the ones where they actually teach you how to cook. It could be one of those where you just see the chef and they're just kind of slapping food on top of the camera and showing you what to do. Basic,
Really?
basically one of those food tutorials. It's really relaxing to watch while
It's not
while
the
eating,
messy ones, right? It's not the messy
It's not
ones.
it's not the
Okay,
messy
okay.
ones. It's not the
Alright.
it's the ones where they actually make actual food.
Oh, interesting. So does that mean you're gonna be a cook yourself someday?
No. It's more of like just something to keep occupied. I think it's something calming for everyone to watch. I mean, nobody can say they don't like food, right? Everyone has to say they like food. So you just need to pick the right channels to watch and really figure out what kind of meals you want to see cooked as well. You know, some people they like their chicken, some people they like their steak. Some people they don't even eat chicken or steak. They just go for
seafood.
Yeah, go for seafood stuff like that.
Yeah, and to be honest, I like occupy my time. Like I do watch this recent. I don't know. Like it's been really trending into social medias on the fried rice, on how to cook fried rice properly by Uncle Roger. And he's been like reviewing Western chefs on how to do so. So you kind of like, I kind of adapt sometimes the accents, and it's just so funny how he reviews those chefs in it.
Yeah, it's very fun. I was able to catch a couple of those videos as well. But yeah, we should be able to load into the game very shortly. Right now we're basically discussing what's on our YouTube recommended.
I mean, true.
My favorite one is honestly the Gordon Ramsay one. He was so impressed by the fact that there was a British chef finally that was able to cook.
He used the wok.
Cook a proper egg fried rice, and I agree. You know, it's very simple. It's like 3 ingredients to egg fried rice. It's egg, it's fried, and it's rice.
Rice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super simple to do.
True,
Super,
true.
super
And
simple to
the fact that your utensils have to be on point as well. And so far from all of his reviews, Gordon Ramsay was able to use the wok. He doesn't have one, but 2. So yeah, if you guys have, also some very interesting videos that you do when you are, keeping yourself occupied, do let us know so that, we can watch it for ourselves as well.
Man. Hopefully we do get onto the game very, very shortly. And yeah, that's been most of what has been keeping me occupied. If you guys are watching right now on the stream, do let us know what you guys have been up to so far here.
Yeah.
What?
And yeah. And like what we've all been saying, guys, in a bit we will be loading the game. This is the 3rd match of round number 1 first half between the lower brackets between Shadow and Left. So this is again their last chance to really secure their spot onto the top 8 that will be battling out on the 31st, if I'm not mistaken, with my dates.
Yeah, Halloween.
Yes, Halloween. So I'm pretty sure. I am excited to see how Articuno is going to costume himself up during Halloween.
Are you guys actually gonna dress up for
That
the
I'm
Halloween
not sure.
thing? I think we should ask them to have you guys dressed up. It's only right that you do the stream in a costume.
Dress for the occasion, right?
Yeah, just for the occasion. Halloween stream, no costume.
True.
Have like a jar of candy somewhere. Give it away. I don't.
I'll just place some cobwebs at the back of my sides right here, and I never
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, get
But,
some decorations in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they are currently loading up the games right now. So I mean, this is for the better of each and everyone to really watch the game in a smoother pace. And yeah, just like that, we did discuss earlier about like common strategies of both of actually in every team. We are seeing some similar patterns here and there into the patrolling phase. So we don't really have to say much about it. But comes to the dispatch phase, as mentioned, early game, momentum is very important for either sides of the teams. But if it kind of works for the cat side, it might steamroll during the mid to the late ones, simply because it's you dispatching at least one or two mouse in the process kind of gives you that breather wherein you're just gonna have to position yourself in a very patient pace. But you know what, this is going to be the game finally, Chisto, between left as the cat here, Tomcat, but it's gonna be Janos this time who's gonna play it out. And for the side of our mice, it's gonna be Team Shadow with the fundamentals still hovering up that Devil Tuffy in their roster.
Yeah. Thank God we finally got here. Hopefully we don't get any issues once the game does roll over. And of course, we did swap cat players. That is the change that has been made here so far. And you were talking about the lineup here, pretty standard with both the magician and the detective, but there is the quite uncommon pick we see here, which is that Devil Tuffy, which we haven't really seen used to great effect, because one of the things he does do very well is deal damage to the cat. But if you're a mouse right now, do you really want to be running at the cat and trying to dish out damage at him? As we will be hopping over to our patrol phase here. Round 1 between Shadow and left. Lower bracket action as well.
So again, the usual strats for both sides of the teams. Tom just getting all the potions and just taking robot mouse into the long run here. But looks like Janus is really committed into getting that specific robot, and it just goes into the deck area wherein I think he's just gonna spot out some concoctions in the process. And for the side of the mice, okay, they already have a bug idea to where the cheese are located at. So I think it's just them, placing themselves in a favorable manner so that they won't be dispatched by the cat in the earlier stages.
You wanna try and get some information here, but here we go. 10 minutes for the dispatch phase. Let's see whether or not the mice will be able to escape here from the cruise ship, which is a pretty large map for most of these cats to go through.
And yeah, let's see. Tom is going to buff himself up with that shield to really deny some of the damages that the mice can inflict upon him. And seeing how King Jerry and Detective Jerry are together here, actually they are all transitioning to the beach area with no luck of finding some cheese there, unfortunately. So they kind of transitions themselves to the dock. So this time they will be spotting out that cheese, and I think the initial plan here is to just one gets to lure out the cat and the others go for the push.
Let's see how this one will go for the mice, as it is King Jerry who is in close proximity to the rest of the mice, whereas everyone else in the docks right now just trying to get this push of cheese in. But Janus is taking his time to hunt down these mice, so let's see how much progress the mice can actually make. But seems like Detective will be the first one caught out here, and he is finally grabbed by Tom right now. Just gonna look for a rocket to push him through.
Very early, as this Detective Jerry is going to be, placed into the rocket chair in one of the secluded areas of the map. But you know what? Devil Tuffy onto the move right there and manages to freeze Tomcat in the process. Kind of burdens up the gap. And I like it how King Jerry is just on standby there to protect Detective Jerry from getting caught. But you know what? It's gonna be an exchange, a potential exchange. But looky here, looks like we are seeing that King Jerry is just protecting not just the Detective Jerry, but also Devil Tuffy in the process.
Great job and great work being done here by King Jerry, really making use of his abilities to support the rest of his team right now, as it seems like Janus will be struggling here to actually continue the chase onto King Jerry, who will be getting away for now.
We're already down to more than 2 minutes of our game. So as you mentioned, they are going for the struggle. I love it how Magician just juggles his way into the stairs for that kite, which is doing a pretty good job on his favor. But you know what? The fall damage is gonna happen here. And finally, Janus will be taking another mouse to potentially sit onto the rocket chair. But look at that. Devil, Tuffy, and the King Jerry is just distracting him, and look at that, was able to stun him and fog his vision out of the board. This leaves a breather for, if I'm not mistaken, Magician Jerry to go for the escape.
Yeah, and Magician will be able to get away as Janos once more is gonna get blinded here by that smoke on his head. Will be struggling to get his bearings right now as the mice seem to have gotten away from him for now. They are pretty far away from him on the map right now. So Janos not warmed up just yet here. And I'm looking at Magician all the way there on the beach. And wow, was that 3 wedges of cheese? Actually, 2 wedges of cheese simultaneously pushed through. So that will put a lot of pressure here onto Janos to try and get a dispatch down because the mice are doing an excellent job of kiting around and rotating around this map.
And as you mentioned, this is working a bit into the favors of our mice right here, considering the fact that they are able to push 4 wedges of cheese in their hands. And again, Jane is having a struggle here. His vision again blocked onto the kitchen area, and the distance that the mice have in comparison with our cat is making things more advantageous for them. And Devil Tuffy just denying Janus from really pushing forward here with dwindling his health, freezing him to delay his chase. It's just also surreal, and I love it how the Magician Jerry is just being invisible and abusing that fact. Oh, actually, it was Detective Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, or yeah, it was Detective Jerry earlier who was invisible. And now looking here, they're just really bullying Janus at this point with throwing every item and every ping pong ball. And this forces out the escape phase right now. Literally looking a good job for the side of the mice. All they have to do now is just destroy the crack. They might be the first ones to spot that out against Janos right here. So Janos really occupied in catching Devil Tuffy onto the deck area, whilst the others are already working on destroying the crack.
Very, very quick mouse around route now. And it seems like they will all just be able to escape. Wow. Very, very nicely done there for our mice players. And would you look at that? Just immediately able to escape finally. We had to see a clean escape come out from our mice. Probably the best one we've seen so far here in the tournament. Shadow looking strong and looking to bounce back after dropping down here to the lower bracket. They will be looking really, really good heading into the next half.
And that was a 6 minutes in of the total time that the mice were able to escape. So a pretty fast escape coming from them, transitioning from the 3 phases of our game. So this is looking pretty good for the side of Shadow right here. But let's see, however, if Team Shadow is going to do an exemplary performance when they are the ones who is onto the cat side. Or will Team Left just garner up some points to even things out?
Yeah, and actually I was still still looking at what Devil Tuffy exactly does for his team right there. But it seems like it was just a full team effort for the entire side of Shadow to really get away there. And I was surprised at how quickly they were able to push in those wedges of cheese. And I think if you are able to coordinate with your team to push at the same time and make the progress or just immediately shoot up, it puts big pressure on the cat to really try and make something happen. And when you're pressured to make that something happen, that's when you tend to make those mistakes. And I feel like Janos running into a lot of those blinds really did hinder him and hamper his time there out on the cruise ship. And it did allow the mice of Shadow to escape.
And of course, that, settles our first half of our first round in the third match. So as stated, let's see though if the momentum is going to be in favorable hands of team. If I'm mistaken, that was Shadow. So let's see if it is going to be, really a smooth sailing for them come our second half, or will Team Left force things to really be an intense fight?
Let's see whether or not Left will be able to bounce back here heading into the next game. I am pretty much looking forward on whether or not they can keep this one close, because we did see what they are capable of in their previous lower bracket match. The fact that they are just able to go off on a round and get that get that maximum score and maybe tie this one up and end it in a draw. So pretty interesting third best of 3 that we have right now.
So yeah, we will just be waiting for the game to load. But you know what? While waiting for that, guys, you can also join into the fun. You can download this game, which is available in the App Store and Google Play, and with a lot of prizes in store for you as well, guys. We are giving away some codes for you guys to redeem. And we have also this thing called the Lucky Draw, wherein you guys can guess who is going to be the winner, and you can get prizes as well.
Very easy to get those prizes as well, like we mentioned earlier. Just need to follow the simple instructions. Should be shown on the stream and should be in the comments as well. So let's see how that will turn out here, Sarah. I'm pretty excited to end the night on a high note here. Maybe see how well these teams can compete against each other.
True. I mean, it already started pretty intense, or pretty dominating for the side of the mice right here. So let's see if it's just gonna go steamroller and just really end the night with a.
Yeah, maybe let everyone know how quickly this one will go. But yeah, it seems like Shadow right now will be on their cat half. Fet will be playing that classic Tom. We're still gonna be in Summer Cruise, so let's see how the mouse players of Left will stack up against this. Should be a pretty exciting round for us to see.
So this time we won't be seeing any Devil Toughies, but we are going to witness another Pirate Jerry to be dashed into our board. So if you notice, both the Devil Toughie and the Pirate Jerry are, I think, in my opinion, more of a situational pick and a comfort pick for our mice team as well, because I basically think that a more sturdier composition can still happen there. But let's see if Pirate Jerry is going to be effective for this side of Team Left, as we are headed into the round 1 second half of our third match between Team Shadow and Team Left.
I mean, is it required to pick Pirate Jerry when you are playing here on the cruise ship? Might be. He might know how to navigate around the ship.
Maybe are you like stating that for the seafarer's sake?
Yeah.
Simply because it's a Pirate Jerry, but you know what? Maybe they are using it for the theme, or maybe it's just one of their comfort picks. But we are gonna head on to the patrolling phase soon enough. So let's see. Mousetrap is going to be placed here near the stairs area from the dining room to the captain's quarters, and just like that, dispatch time is gonna happen with both with Magician, Pirate, and Musketeer Tuffy nearby.
And let's see now, Saya, because this is the common strat for a lot of our cats to start off the round invisible. So they will be starting to catch out a couple of these mice while they are trying to get their objectives down. And of course, Shadow are taking that commanding 6-0 lead at the moment after that very dominant first half. So let's see whether or not they can build on that here for their cat round. 1 minute in, it seems like the mice are still in the process of getting those wedges of cheese into those holes, but this is huge for Fett if he's able to get this dispatch down, as it is that Mouseketeer Tuffy, one of the better rescuers we have in the game. He is gonna lay that mouse trap in as well to delay the mice as much as possible. He is gonna start catching Magician here. We'll get our rescue in, but we'll trade for that as well. It's very, very difficult for them. It feels like they're just using the other mice as bait after that first catch. And now that Magician is down here, it's gonna make it trickier for the rest of the mice to get these pushes of cheese through.
So right now, I think this is a matter of Fett really securing this dispatch here. But he is gonna gulp away our Mouseketeer Tuffy here. Let's see if he is gonna go for some save. He is successfully saving the Magician Jerry, but the trade is real, as Pirate Jerry is the first one to be dished out of our map right here. So this is going to be a limited movement for the side of the mice, with only 3 mouse in the playing field.
I like that trade coming out. He was very patient with it as well. He didn't really need to try and force and get the other mice there. He just waited for them. And again, it's Mouseketeer Tuffy. This is where the domino effect started earlier on. I wonder whether or not they will try to go for the save. Magician already fairly injured, so I don't think he should be the one going for this. It will actually be Detective using his invisibility. Let's see here. 3 wedges of cheese pushed through. He's gonna try and get Tuffy once more. He does successfully do so. He's gonna grab him, strap him onto a rocket once again. And there's 20 seconds on that timer. Let's see whether or not the other mice can go for this rescue.
I think Detective Jerry is the one who's gonna force the save into this point. So he's gonna swat out Detective Jerry, even invisible in an invisible state. But you know what? It's gonna be a dash for Magician Jerry to go for that save. But Sisney is going to be the ones be actually traded right there, and just like that, Detective Jerry is gonna be out of the board as well.
And that will be the second dispatch here. The third gonna come shortly, unless Mouseketeer Tuffy, the first guy to get strapped onto a rocket, can rescue Magician here. It looks like Shadow just wants to dominate this first game and not even allow their opponents to score a single point. Mouseketeer Tuffy just gonna chill here all the way at the beach. It seems like, is he even gonna go for this rescue right now?
And again, this is a lot of pressure for our Mouseketeer Tuffy right here, with Fett just simply securing this potentially third mouse dispatch. He is gonna golf him out to buy some time. Does go for the save, but again, priority is gonna be on the hands of Tomcat. But I think he's just gonna be patient at this point, and let's see if he is able to swat down Magician Jerry. But look at that, with him floating around, gave some sort of distance between both Mouseketeer Tuffy and Magician Jerry. So I think he is going to be on the hunt for Magician, since he was the one already seated on the rocket chair. So with this, I think he was notified to where the last locations of our mice are at.
Yeah, and here he already spots out Mouseketeer Tuffy. Oh no, that is not great for the mice right now. Giving him the thumbs up. We'll be tying him down here, and that should be the win for the Shadow in our first game. And wow, what a cat round there coming out from Fett. Really, really securing that game 1 victory over left. And it was just a really, really well played game from the cat.
Indeed, and of course, he had a kind of a rough start first, really trying to catch one of the mouse into the vicinity, but it really worked onto his favor right here, just really securing 1 mouse at a time. And just like that, he was able to dispatch 3 and gathered up some points on his sleeve. But if I'm not mistaken, the mice were able to push some wedges of cheese in by 3. But the score is going to speak for themselves as Team Shadow with a dominating 10 points with our round number 1 is sitting in a pretty good spot right here come our round number 2.
Yeah, I think left to have a big challenge up against them for our second round if they want to fight back here, because being down 10-0 so far in the score means that heading into game 3 it might be a lot more difficult for them if they aren't able to get some decent points on the board. But they need to make a lot of adjustments definitely on both halves, because they seem to be struggling right now to just make some progress towards their objectives.
And yeah, proceeding with our second round, as I mentioned, Shadow is in a very comfortable position right here. They just have to secure at least 2 to 3 for the cats, they just at least secure 2 to 3 dispatches of mice, and if they are onto the mouse side, at least push 4 or a complete push of wedges of cheese for them to actually really place themselves in a way that they won't be there's not going to be much of a force into game number 3.
Should be exciting as well to see what characters they will be bringing over to our second game, because we might see some adjustments in characters as well. Maybe that is what they need to get some points on the board here. If you are on the side, if you are on the left side, I should say. Yeah, so that is something I am looking forward to, if we will be seeing any uncommon characters as well. We did see Topsy come out today, so who knows, maybe some other cats will be making their debut here in the tournament as well.
But yes, while we wait for our game to load in a while, guys, again, to those who are currently watching, we also have some freebies in store for you. All you have to do is just to simply redeem the code that is indicated into the lower right side of your screens whenever we are in game, and the simple instructions are indicated into the pinned comments onto this stream. So guys, if you want to get a hold of those prizes, go ahead and enter those codes.
Yeah, pretty easy to claim those prizes as well. I'm sure that we are preparing to head into game 2 very, very shortly. Our team's just wanting to get everything set, just put it put the right settings for everyone as well. Have them be very comfortable for heading into that game, because it is a crucial game, especially for left, because it is already elimination phase for their side. They are facing elimination right now. They are down 0-1 here in our best of 3. So who knows how they will bounce back here. I am expecting them to make some changes, maybe bring out some other characters as well. I really feel like they should swap out their Pirate Jerrys, because we haven't seen Pirate's abilities used that much. Aside from the coin tossing, we haven't seen him sabotage a lot of these rockets, which really delays the cats. It seems like the cats have been working well around that specifically, so I feel like Pirate might not be the best for the current meta of mice that we see, but who knows whether or not we'll see that change in the coming days.
True, and if you do notice as well that the Pirate Jerry is one of the first mouse to be dispatched, considering all of the deficits, and basically his skills does not really complement with the other 3 mouse picks. So yeah, it could have worked if it were, let's say, a Robin Hood Jerry, or let's say even the Classic Jerry. I mean, if I were to choose between Pirate Jerry or Classic Jerry, I think Classic Jerry is a better go-to in terms of determining your final pick.
Yeah, and of course we still have a lot of action to be played for the rest of the tournament. We are nearing the end of Group C, but we still have Group D tomorrow, and of course after that it will be the knockout stages. So even though we have played out quite a bit of our group stage, we still have a lot of Tom and Jerry chase action for everyone to enjoy here.
Sure. And yeah, for you guys to enjoy the game as well. This game is downloadable too in the App Store and Google Play for you guys to really experience your childhood cartoons and to, get a hold of the experience of becoming both Tom and Jerry into your liking.
Or the other versions of Jerry. You want to be King Jerry, you want to be a pirate.
Mhm.
He is pretty talented as a mouse. I was quite surprised finding out that he had different roles as well.
True,
I'm pretty
true.
bummed that we still don't have the other versions of Tom to match the stuff like the Robin Hood Jerry or the King Jerry. Instead, we have the cowboy one. We don't exactly have the Wild West version of Jerry.
Yeah.
So there is that one. So maybe in the future we get to see some more characters added to the game. Who knows?
And speaking of Cowboy Tom, we didn't really see him being hovered up by our cat's side for this day because we did see some pretty interesting, Topsy picks and Lightning Butch and of course the classic Tom as well. So let's see if he is going to be used for this game. But you know what? They would just really stick to their guns right here and just go for the classic OG Tom. And the others looks like a bit of a shake here. Look, replacing once again that Pirate Jerry to a Devil Tuffy.
Yeah, interesting selection here from Shadow. Once again, running that Devil Tuffy. And it looks like Game OV will be back here for left. So hopefully we don't run into any more problems once we do go on over to the game. So pretty excited to witness how they will stack up again because that change in cat player might be just what they need here.
And yeah, while we wait for the game to really load out into the patrolling phase, guys, again, this is the third match of the day, the round 2 first half between Team Shadow and Team Left. So looking at this Left doing some, OG strats wherein he places some mouse traps onto the mouse holes right here, pipes his way to a different area, and mouse traps the cheese that is in the vicinity.
And I'm really not going to be surprised to see how quickly Game OV can get rolling here because we've seen what he can do on the cat phases. His team right now is currently losing by quite a bit. So it's going to be a very, very crucial round here for Game OV.
And yeah, so he is gonna try and swat down the robot mouse that is in the patio area, and again, really utilizing these mouse traps and placing it in the most common places here. And I like it how he also places it in a rocket chair, so it's also added security whenever he places one mouse in that area. But I think the mice has a different strategy up on their place because they already have some information to where the other trees are located. So I think that is their first to go to at this point.
And here we go. Game OV gonna start with the most common cat strategy that we see here in the game. Just gonna start off as invisible. Gonna maybe try and get behind some of these mice players who are sticking together quite a bit here. And on the side of Shadow, they are one of the more coordinated mouse teams. They will finally get some info on where Tom is as King Jerry will soak up that hit. And that means that the rest of the team do have a chance here to look for the other wedges and make their way to those holes. But King Jerry is already in a lot of trouble right now.
And just like that, let's see, Game OV here a bit of invested into the patio area, which is okay since he was able to get King Jerry once again in the early minutes of our game. But you know what? Devil Tuffy also on his way to potentially go for the save. And the others, Magician Jerry Lee on its way to push one of the cheese. They were able to push one wedge of cheese in the process, but looking at this, Devil Tuffy having a bit of a struggle in terms of saving the King Jerry, but Magician Jerry onto the back sides here of the patio area might go for the potential save. But with all of that fiasco happening, Detective Jerry was able to push one for themselves.
They need to try and go for a rescue onto King Jerry here, though, because he's 10 seconds away from getting dispatched. There is that mousetrap to deny the potential rescue, and they will finally get it just before he gets dispatched there. That is huge for the mice right now, but once again, it will be traded off by Magician here, who will be finally dispatched. Wow, that is big for Game OV. Getting the Magician out of the picture means that all of those pesky little rabbits who he can't summon will no longer be a factor here for him. So left already starting good here, fighting back against Shadow.
So, okay, Magician Jerry is going to be off the board right here in place of King Jerry earlier. So, this is going to be a bit of a challenging feat for the side of Team Shadow, considering that they already dwindled in terms of, all of which skills to dish out in containing a Tom. But it looks like the cheese just fell earlier onto the stairs area, so this just kind of adds security to Game OV. But again, going back here, looks like Devil Tuffy is also making things work by getting the cheese into the patio, potentially into that mouse hole. But, Game OV being aware of this, I think he is already on his way into the area.
And the mice have significantly slowed down here, Seiya, knowing that Magician has already been dispatched here off the map. It's gonna be very tricky for them to get the wedges of cheese onto those holes right now, as they seem to be struggling to find their groove because of that early dispatch. The mouse traps are being triggered here, so that will give Game OV some form of information. Let's see, making his way down here to Devil Tuffy.
Meanwhile, while he is onto the chase for Devil Tuffy, King Jerry here is actually making things work by pushing the wedge of cheese into the corridor area, and I think that Detective Jerry is gonna go and help him as well. But still, the commitment from Game OV here, just trying to catch Devil Tuffy, is really just surreal, and you can really see the determination to really secure this dispatch coming in from him. But you have to take note, there's already the announcement that 3 wedges of cheese are already pushed. So this is additional points for the side of our mouse. And look at that. King Jerry was able to swat in exchange the Tomcat right here, just furthering up a bit amount of distance from them.
So things still looking pretty good here for the mice, despite that early dispatch onto the Magician. That is one wedge of cheese falling through the same time as Tom, which he knows one of the mice pushed that through, so he will be spotting out Detective here. And he will be grabbing Detective as well. That cheese, not really giving them a good time there. An instant rescue as well.
That was a good call, good patience coming from the Detective Jerry to actually save. Actually, it was, I think, King Jerry who went for the save there, so that was good call coming from him. But it's still, with all of that, Detective Jerry was still held captive, and with 26 seconds on the clock, King Jerry has a lot of things to work with here. I think they are prioritizing to push the cheese. They were able to push it, and now it only comes down to 1. So now the best bet is for King Jerry to go for the save, activate his buffs, and might work out well for them in terms of pushing the cheese. A little bit of too much commitment here, though, in terms of really going for the save, but quite understandable since you would like more mouse on your game. But look at this. Both King Jerry and both Detective Jerry are in low health. So King Jerry here is the one who's going to be captured. But, Devil Tuffy is in the area, so they are not going to go for the save this time because it's going to be King Jerry who will be dispatched. So this forces Detective Jerry in a more reactive route and just go for the push. But unfortunately, Game OV was thrown out by Bruce. There kind of delays the time and gave them time actually to really contain or actually push the remaining cheese in the patio area. So the change of plans of Tomcat right here to just really secure this cheese is a good call coming from him.
Definitely a good call. I agree, but right now, looks like the mice are just gonna be patient here because I'm seeing them all in the patio. They know that Game Movie is in the area. Maybe waiting for the invisibility here to come out from that detective, and then they can start making a push here for that final wedge of cheese. So let's see what they do here. They're playing this one very, very patiently. If you look at their positioning on the map, trying to potentially scout out as well.
Yeah. Okay, that was a good call coming from Detective Jerry freezing Game OB there, but unfortunately they weren't able to make something, make a play out of it. And now, as you mentioned, they are playing this a bit patiently, but at what cost? Time is ticking for the side of the mice. They have to make this thing work. And okay, smoke is going to be used right there to potentially push, but they can't really push it right now. The fork is going to be in there, but as well, they were able to touch the cheese, but not into a point wherein it kind of forces them in an escape phase. And unfortunately, Detective Jerry was thrown out by Bruce back there, really making him dizzy in the process. Now, Game OV gets tide turned here as he is able to rocket down Detective Jerry with 40 seconds to spare. Was able to delay much more time here. If I'm not mistaken, the cheese was not yet pushed into that extent. I think he's just gonna go for the save. But oh no! He was actually captured by Tomcat there, and that is a complete wipeout coming from left.
Left in Game OV will be able to dispatch all of the mice here despite 4 wedges of cheese being pushed through. So they are fighting back so far here for the first half. I wonder how the second half will go. He will get all of the dispatches through. Let's see how Shadow can bounce back from this for the upcoming half where they need to be on the cat's side.
For this, okay, we did mention that Shadow is in a comfortable spot in terms of point gatherings. Since our team left was able to get a complete dispatch, I think the safest route for them is to push wedges of cheese, forcing it to the escape escape phase, and at least survive by 3 mice just to be safe.
Yep. And he will get all 4 of them. Right now, the game will finally end there as the cat will win. And heading into the next half, this is going to be the very, very crucial half because Game OV was already able to get the victory for his side. It's going to be very big for his mouse players if they are going to be able to carry over this momentum from this win here heading on to the next game.
And yeah, just like that, Game OV really patient back there. I mean, he had the momentum into the early minutes, but the fact that he was able to keep up the pace and just, you know, wait for the mice to be in a reactive state, and it kind of forced the mice to be in a pinnacle wherein they didn't really have a choice at that point with the remaining cheese that they wanted to push.
Yeah, they were really in a pinch there towards the end because of how messy it was, the spot that they wanted to push that final wedge of cheese in. With Bruce being there as well, it just got things a lot more chaotic in the area. And there's a lot of commotion, and what usually happens in the end is one of the mice gets grabbed and tied to a rocket. And in the end, both of them got grabbed and tied to the rocket. So kudos to Left there for fighting back. Now, I wonder how things will go out for our second half. In terms of characters, I feel like Shadow just need to go pretty standard in terms of what they want to bring to the table. So we'll see how the second half goes, especially since it is still match point here for Shadow.
True. And yeah, in a bit we will be loading out the final, well, not really final, but more on the second round, the second half. So as you mentioned, sure, Team Shadow still is in a comfortable spot. They just have to really gain some points by pushing all of these cheese, I think, in a more faster pace. If they really want to really place the cat down with, to really lower off his guard and to deny that early game potential that, Team Left has.
Yeah, we want to stop that momentum because you mentioned how well they could start off games with their early game. So you want to stop that ball from rolling. I really don't want to allow
I feel
them
like you're
to...
hungry.
Yeah, a bit. Stop that snowball from happening. So we'll just have to wait and see. We will be heading over to the pick phase very, very shortly. But yeah, so far today we did see two best of threes already concluded, and it has been a pretty entertaining and a pretty fun set of matches between all of these teams. And it's only Group C. Remember, tomorrow, Saya, we're still gonna have Group D to decide who will round out the rest of our top 8. I'm sure you are gonna be looking forward to that.
Yes, indeed, because me and Articuno will be the ones to bring you all the action tomorrow. But for now, let's focus on this very deciding factor to wherein Shadow will be securing this round 2, or will Team Left force out a game number 3? But you know what? Looking at the compositions right here, looks like Team Left is siding in with the, sticking to the meta compositions right here. Oh, I'm a bit blurry. Hi, Teamy. There you go. Okay, so you know what? And for Team Shadow, sticking with Tomcat, I think that is one of the best cats to deal with, especially. You don't really want to dish out the situational pick at this point if you want to secure your spot into the top 8.
Yeah, I don't think you can argue with Tom being the best cat here. I mean, the game is Tom and Jerry, so he has to be the best cat out of everyone here that is available. But yeah, so Left right now working with these 3 points. And for Shadow, the challenge here is to try and dispatch as many mice as possible before they push in these wedges of cheese if they want to come off with that victory.
So again, during patrolling phase, you would really want to utilize this time to open some secret passageways, which is what Fet is doing, and for the other mice, just to scout out the areas of the map and to potentially, come some strategies up with it. And so far, I think they're being a bit, let's say, cheap in terms of using the robot mice, because I can only see one, if I'm not mistaken, robot mouse being dished out in our map.
Yeah, they're really just trying to save in terms of which robot mice they bring out here, as Fet will just be drinking this invisibility potion to start off the round. Pretty common cat strat, like we like to say here.
So again, he is gonna pipe his way through to where the mice are located with the invisibility, catching the magician Jerry off guard, and that is an early capture by Fet right here, really placing the magician Jerry in an area wherein the other mice are a bit too far.
Yep. Already early on, magician in big trouble though, here, Sarah. And if he's able to get this early dispatch on Magician, it really hinders the progress of the rest of the mice, as there will be that rescue with the helmet.
And of course, Magician Jerry has to do a lot of effort to really evade Fet at this point. But you know what? The Fly Swapper is going to be on his hand. So Bruce is there with a close call. So Drix, knowing this, will be utilizing that fact and just go straight into the area. So right now, he was going to be injured down. And this forces once more the capture of our Magician Jerry. And I like it how Fet places him in a very far spot, just so that the other mice have some effort to work with in terms of saving him.
Though that is 2 wedges of cheese already being pushed through here by the mice. So they are still working hard despite one of their teammates being tied up to the rocket here. And look, at 5 seconds left. Mouseketeer Tuffy is in the area. I don't think he will be able to make it, as unfortunately that is the first mouse out of this game. And 3 wedges of cheese being pushed through. They are really working hard here, trying to get as many of these to go through the hole.
That was a very early dispatch coming in from Fett. Kind of leaves him in a comfortable spot, and just to really be patient in terms of spotting out the other mice. You have to take note that the other mice, however, was able to push 3 wedges of cheese, but considering that, okay, it goes into the pipe, so really catches Classic Jerry in the process. But you know what? He was able to stun him in a short duration, and just forces Jerry to go on a different strategy.
And he will be putting this mousetrap here, maybe preemptively, because he will be going back to that once he grabs one of these mice who did get hit by the golf ball. There you go. One caught on the mousetrap. Immediately, Jerry is on the rocket here, and he catches one once more. Oh no. Things are not looking good for our mice right now.
Okay, so I agree with that. Detective Jerry being seated into the bell tower, one of the highest places of the map. So as you mentioned, this is gonna go on a pinch situation for the side of the mice. Okay, Bombi, however, is in the process of saving it. Was swatted by a golf club right here. Rings the bell. Was able to save Detective Jerry, but with a low break of health, and he is gonna swat it in. The 3, 2, 1 fall damage gonna happen. Will be taking Detective Jerry, and look at this, with the ease will be going now to the rocket chair, into the pipes and up to the, if I'm not mistaken, this is the corridor area of the map.
Yep. Okay, so he is gonna tie him up here, pretty separated from the rest of the mice right now, who I believe are working on that 4th wedge of cheese to potentially match the score here. Left really fighting back pretty strong here in the competition, but let's see how this one will go. 4 wedges of cheese being pushed through. So I believe they have matched the score already, and they are going to try to potentially escape right now.
Yeah, but with the other wedge of cheese just nearby the corridor, this kind of is a bit of a situation for the side of our mice. And again, let's see, a Mouseketeer Tuffy here trying to utilize his helmets. Oh, but he was golf batted away. But you know what? That kind of worked into their favor, because they were able to save Detective Jerry in the process. So now it's about basically Fett guarding the cheese here, located into the corridor area. But I think he also still plans to take down Detective Jerry, just so he could really secure that dispatch coming in and just get as much points as he can.
Pretty flimsy door as well there. Just breaks after you open and close it a couple of times. That's not the type of door I'd want in my house, but yeah, here comes Jerry, who has been spotted out by Tom here. Will grab the golf ball.
Okay, we'll be missing out that throw here coming in, and I think basically it's just him guarding the cheese here, and was able to spot finally the Classic Jerry this time. So he makes his way through the corridor in hopes that one or 2 mice will be going into the vicinity, which will happen anytime soon, because look at that, Mouseketeer Tuffy will be here with his helmet, gets the cheese. Let's see if Fett knows something about this. Okay, was able to push that cheese into the mouse hole, but not enough to force it into the escape phase. Will be swatting down Jerry here, but with the smokes not gonna deter him from putting Jerry down. With 10 seconds on the clock, was able to go for the save still here by Magician Jerry. So, Classic Jerry rather. So let's see how things would pan out at this point.
He is getting rid of a lot of these fruits as well in the area, so that the mice can't use that against him. when they are gonna try and go for this rescue. But yeah, he knows where the final wedge of cheese is, and he knows that the mice will probably try and go for that because there's about 3 minutes left here in our dispatch phase. And if he is able to prevent the mice from pushing that final wedge through, that means that he will be able to pick up a victory here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
And yeah, this is the strategy that he is doing right now. Not really going far into the area to where the cheese is at. So he is gonna okay. He is gonna spot out the musketeer Tuffy here. Sisney with the invisibility is gonna go for the push. Let's see if things will turn out for him as dynamites are gonna be thrown all throughout. He is onto the chase. Okay, so Classic Jerry is gonna fall off, but this is a good opportunity though. However, for Fett to go and place him into a rocket chair, but this is a leeway because Detective Jerry and if I'm not mistaken, that Musketeer Jerry is gonna go for that push. He goes to the pipes into the attic, will be forcing that push, goes onto the rocket chair, forces the escape phase coming here, and catches Detective Jerry to boot. So he is on his way to the patio area, will be setting Detective Jerry into the rocket chair. The crack is also in the vicinity, so this is a good opportunity for him to go and secure this crack from being destroyed.
Yeah, I think we will be able to see him get the 3 dispatched mice here, but unfortunately the crack is still there. Let's see whether or not the mice will be able to eventually escape. It is gonna be a tall order still here, Seiya, but looking at how Fett is playing this one out, assuming he's not blind for the rest of this escape phase, I think he should be able to get that 3rd dispatch down here onto Detective.
True, because Detective was already placed into the rocket chair twice, so him being able to catch him at this point is kind of an advantage for him. So let's see, Dynamite's gonna be used, gonna, incinerate Tom in the process, but he is able to spot down Musketeer Tuffy and goes for the capture, will be placing him into the rocket chair, and look at this, seeing
spotted him.
Detective Jerry fall. Let's see, Chiso, if he is able to capture him.
Oh, he's guessing. Oh, there you go. Excellent rescue there. Well played. Coming from the detective. And I think it's a detective you need to go for here if you're Fett, because at least if detective is tied down to the rocket chair, you can see where the Tuffy will be approaching you from, as he will just be making some quick repairs here to the crack, really stopping the progress of the mice.
Okay, so he was blinded by a certain amount of time right here. So at least this gives him an idea to where the Detective Jerry is at, with him just throwing some shots right there with the use of the gun. He was incinerated in the process there. That was a long duration of stun. But unfortunately, our mice was not able to do some play during that amount of time. So let's see if they are going to create magic here. Again, Musketeer Tuffy is gonna get caught once more. I like it how Fett is evading every item that is being thrown at him. Detective Jerry onto his feet, but you know what? That concludes our round right here, Chisto, with Fett getting a 3 dispatch into the game.
Yeah, pretty close half there between these two. And I believe we should be heading into a 3rd game after that scoreline. Should be a fun one for us to watch. And this was an incredibly close 2nd game. I mean, because Shadow had a chance to close out here, but Game OV from left was able to come back here and get his team some good points on the board and get a win for their side as well. So the Cats seem to be carrying their team on their backs at the moment, and I love the competition. It's getting really, really close between these two. Of course, there is 12 points compared to 3 here, so we will be heading into that decisive game 3, and if Shadow are able to come up with a victory there, it should be a pretty easy best of 3 for them at that point.
True, Shadow's still sitting in a comfortable position because basically for team left to win, they have to gather a perfect score at this point. Really force a 13 point so that they could be ahead by one. But the chances of doing so is pretty challenging, and a lot of efforts have to be dished out by team left at this point. So they really have to create let's say a miracle strategy for this round number 3 first half, as in specifically the first half, because you would want to collect perfect points as much as possible into as our game progresses.
Yeah, you need to, scoring wise, because of how our scoring system works, you need to get a perfect score in the first half if you want to have a chance of catching up to 12 points. Because right now, left is sitting on those 3 points. If they are going to get that perfect score, and then they have a chance to bring it all the way back in our second half. So first half right now is what I'm watching out for. That will be the crucial moment here and the deciding factor in our best of 3.
True, and for those of you guys who want to, experience the action, this game is available to download in Google Play and the App Store. So you guys, we are also giving away some prizes for you, which is indicated into our pinned comments, guys. All you have to do is just follow the simple instructions that are there.
Pretty easy to grab all of those freebies for all of you guys. And Saya, we've been seeing a lot of a competition throughout the day, and now that we're nearing the end, I just have to say I've been super entertained by how well and how close these matches have been. It's not like when we started off the group stage, we were seeing a lot of 2-0s here and there. A lot of the teams in Group A and B a lot of the matches actually were very one-sided, where it was just one team dominating the rest of the pack. But for Group C and D, it has been a lot closer in terms of the competition, and I like what I'm seeing from all of them.
True, but as we both mentioned, this is going to be the very deciding factor, specifically for team left. So I really can't wait for the draft to load out at this point. And you know what? This is just getting all of more interesting because a lot of adjustments have to be worked out in terms of the picking of mice, and they have to consider the map too. And come the time wherein let's say that they were able to get a perfect score into the first half, team left. We also have to consider their final pickings, which is onto the second half. A lot of things can happen at this point because this is a very momentum-paced game, and you don't really want to place yourself in a comfortable position onto the early stages once, because you can still be, thrown out by your opposing team.
And right now, I'm really just thinking about what possible scenarios there are in terms of what can happen in the first half, depending on which side left is on. Because if left are going to be starting on the cat side, I think they have a really good shot with Game OV and how he has been playing so far in this best of 3. I think they have a really good shot of extending the series even further heading into our third round. So if left are going to be starting off Game 3 on the cat half, I think they have a pretty decent shot of keeping their tournament hopes alive and heading over to our top 8.
True, but yeah, this is the game as well where both of the teams, but we really emphasizing the fact for the side of left, because they are the ones who need a lot of effort to catch up with the scores. So this is also a game wherein they don't really have much room for error at this point, and they just have to be really accurate in terms of how they could execute their plans and their strategies. So as early as the patrolling phase, they really have to make things work during that time before they completely get dispatched by the cat.
Yeah, and that's really been the decider for a lot of our games here, Saya. I think a lot of the teams, just from the patrolling phase, you can see how big of a difference it makes if they are able to gather the information that they need and plan out how they plan on rotating around the map just from knowing where the wedges of cheese are. So I think it's going to be very important for them to really make use of that time during the patrolling phase here, heading into our third and final game of the day.
So I don't know. The thing is, while this waiting is happening, it's giving me the shivers to really see how left could turn this place is all around, and looks like they are gonna make some tweaks right here, and they are going to play onto the cat side, but Janos is going to be the one who's gonna play as Lightning, while the other members of Team Shadow is gonna play the comfortable ones that they have chosen. Pretty similar pick from the previous match.
Yeah, pretty standard as well. And this has been the trend here so far in the tournament. A lot of teams have been sticking to the meta. Pretty much Detective and the Magician over and over. And that is literally the most effective ones available. So I really don't blame the team for going for those characters over and over here.
So yeah, let's just wait for the patrolling phase to commence. Oh, actually, not waiting because this is already here. As
You have
Lightning, yeah, Lightning already making his way, placing some traps into the mouse hole, into the bedroom area as early, while the other ones really invested in scouting out the areas of the map. If you notice that the first robot mouse onto the living room, and the others just making his way to the stairs, probably gonna go to the attic to see if there's some cheese to be spotted out there.
Can I just mention again, this is the return of my favorite Lightning skin, the one where he
Yes.
does have the tiger pants on.
Yes, it is going to be used by Janos. Oh, pretty interesting switch of players here for the side of left. Earlier it was Game OV, now it's going to be Janos. So let's see how he is going to plan this all out. So he transitions himself from the patio attic to the bedroom, getting all of the potions that he can gather before the dispatch phase finally starts.
Here we go. 10 minutes for Janos to potentially win this game for his team. Needs to get a perfect run here in order for his team to have any chance of winning this best of 3. And already off to a good start here. Able to catch out that Devil Tuffy. And he is dealing significant damage to a lot of the mice right now. This could be big for Janos. Let's see how he decides to play this one out. Just get a dash away here. And look for a rocket here. There is one towards the patio area, pretty far away from where the rest of the mice and where the rest of the cheese are.
Love it how he dashes away to all of the items that the other mice were throwing at him. So in the process, King Jerry is going to go for the save. Has to take note of that fish though, but this is a lot of commitment in terms of saving one cat into this patio area. So they are making their way here. So another fish is gonna go, but the save is gonna connect. Pipes for a Devil Tuffy here to shorten up the distance. So he couldn't really go through simultaneously since the pipe was used by the other mice. So again, another kiting potentials for Devil Tuffy here. But look at this, onto the process. Detective Jerry is gonna go for the cheese in the kitchen area to potentially push it, because they were able to push already one wedge of cheese while the whole kiting was happening. Oh!
What a nice shot with a golf ball. Didn't even need the golf club to pull that one off. And
True.
once again, it will be Devil Tuffy who actually this time will be able to scurry away and shut the door on Janos as two wedges of cheese already being pushed through here by the mice. Things are not looking so great for left. It seems like they will be struggling to catch up here in terms of the points, because Janos is far away from where the rest of these mice are, and he needs to hunt them down really quickly. He needs to make use of that mobility.
So right now, Detective Jerry was able to heal himself up and again, we'll be going back to pushing the wedge of cheese, which is located in the attic area. But I think he's gonna like bring it to another area here, letting it fall down the stairs. King Jerry, however, is gonna lure him out in the process, dashes into the bedroom to potentially get Devil Tuffy, but was swept away by the owner. Let's see. Oh, and was rolled down by the item as well. A lot of delays, and this is a good opportunity now for the mice to go get some cheese and push it into the mouse hole.
Let's see how they decide to go about this, as Janos once again will be frozen about 3 minutes past here in our dispatch phase, and things aren't looking too good here for left. Gonna make this rotation with the pipes.
Ooh, nice hit coming from Janos right here, but King Jerry doing also pretty good job and just kiting Janos, luring him out of the other members here. So the pipe is gonna be used, and Janos has to wait for his turn. He is able to float here, but floating down, falling with style onto this point, and transitions himself to go to King Jerry, but was frozen by Devil Tuffy. Very nice protect coming in from him, but the dash is gonna close it up the gap, and he is gonna change target this time for Janos right here, but this leaves time for both the Magician Jerry and the Detective Jerry to push the respective wedges of cheese that they have.
I mean, they did say that cats always land on their feet, and you see right there,
yes.
able to float down with that finesse, as the third wedge of cheese will finally get pushed through here for the side of the cats. But Detective will get caught out here by Jano, so he will be spotted out here. And is this the best place for him to tie up the Detective, as Devil Tuffy was just able to instantly freeze him and save his ally? But Devil Tuffy will be the next one in trouble here, as up the stairs we go. Janus will miss the grab, unfortunately. And it's gonna let Devil Tuffy get away.
And with that, 4 wedges of cheese are already pushed in by our mice right there. And the bomb exploded, but that's not really gonna deter King Jerry and the others to get the cheese from the utility room and transport it into the mouse hole that is in there. And Janus unfortunately was stunned by the items that is here into the dining room area.
Yep. And that's 4 wedges of cheese being pushed through already here, Seiya. So
Ooh. Not a good way blocking your vision here, but nice use of the pipes there so that the fog is gonna disappear soon. But Magician Jerry on his way to transport the remaining wedge of cheese into the dining room area, and basically the other members just have to buy some time for him. But look at that, Detective Jerry was caught in the process here onto the patio area, one of the farthest place of the map here for him to go and work with.
yep, here we go. A mouse has been rescued once more, but he's really far from that final wedge of cheese that is being pushed through. And there you go. Shadow, they want to end this very, very early. They want 4 of their mice to be able to get away and seal the deal right here. The crack, though, is all the way in the attic, so there is one thing going on here. He can rotate all around, but whoa, instant dispatch there coming from Janos. I thought the mice were going to be able to escape very, very shortly, but it seems like that won't be the case. Look at this. They're leaving Devil Tuffy, yeah. They're working on a crack.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna go for this two mice escape here. Pipes into the attic area. Let's see, teleports himself, was able to whack down King Jerry. King Jerry, though, will be going into the patio. Will be going for potential save. I think it's not gonna be the case because Devil Tuffy was dispatched already. And look at that, with just that Jadus was able to get 3 up on his sleeve. So let's see, the crack is going to be destroyed in a few. So this leaves Magician Jerry an opportunity to go for the save, and still has the chance. Oh, actually, no! He is just going to leave by himself.
Which he just left his teammate there at the end, but I think they knew that the moment that Janos wasn't able to dispatch the mice earlier on, that they wouldn't be able to catch up in terms of the total points. So with that, I think Shadow will be moving on here in our upper bracket, because regardless of whether or not Left are able to get some points here on their next round, I just think it won't be enough here, Zaya,
Yeah.
for them to catch up. So really kudos to Shadow for picking up the victory right here. Knew what they had to do and knew how to properly execute towards it.
It was a very close fight, honestly. Even though that Janos wasn't really showing some light into the early seconds of the game, but the fact that he was able to dispatch three rather of the mice, unfortunately, wasn't really enough to even everything out, because the fact that the mice were able to push wedges of cheese completely, forced it into the escape phase, and there was also another mouse that escaped. So it wasn't really a clean fight for the side of Left.
Yeah, and just like that, congratulations to the teams from Group C that will be moving over to our top 8 tomorrow. Of course, you guys will be concluding Group D. Should be a fun one for the both of you, but so far it has been an amazing day of competition here.
Our cats really topping off the charts and gathering up some points for our respective teams. But you have to hand it to their mice side as well, and just really dishing out some fast-paced plays, luring at the cat and just letting him stay in a certain place wherein they just can utilize the other areas of the map wherein they can go for some wedges of cheese.
It's been honestly a pretty amazing day for the Cats as well. I think the Cats have been starting to dominate this tournament, so it's gonna become really challenging for our mice to make their escapes. Even though in our previous round we did see that the mice were able to escape, it was still a very, very close one, because the Cat was pretty close to dispatching all three of them in the end. So again, I feel like it's gonna put a big spotlight on the rest of our Cat players.
True. And let's see if that similar trend is going to happen tomorrow. But for now, let's see who will be the MVP of our round in a bit. But again, let's see if it's, still pretty and shocked at this point, because a lot of strategies came in, a very different pattern in comparison with groups A and B. So maybe, group D is going to be a mixture of both, both dominating mice and both dominating cats through and through. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, that might be a fun one for us to witness. But so far, I'm liking what we've seen from the first three groups here in the group stage. It was a pretty long competition between them as well, having that double elimination, having them need to lose twice before they are dropped out of the tournament. It did really give a lot of these teams some time to adjust and warm up to the competition, because of course this is the first Southeast Asian competition here for Tom and Jerry, so it is a sort of new competition here for all of the players, and getting that experience might help them in the future.
True. So yeah, we just have to wait and see right now. But again, to those who have participated into our invitationals, guys, still congratulations to you for making it thus far. Unfortunately, there are some tournament journeys that have to end, because there is always a winner, and our teammates are going to secure their spot into the top 8 for the single eliminations. But no, we still have one more group stage before that happens, which is going to happen tomorrow. So yeah, just wait until we get to see these appropriate schedules for that event.
Yeah, and of course the knockout stages will be happening right around Halloween, so top 8 should be played out around that time. I hope that you and Arcticuno will get some Halloween costumes ready for that. Should be a really fun stream if you guys do decide to dress up for that. I'm sure you guys have some costumes prepared as well, so You guys have no
Oopsie,
excuses.
oopsie.
You guys have no excuses if you don't dress up for Halloween. Maybe ask permission if you guys will be able to dress up for that one.
Yeah, see, we'll see. I mean, I have prepared my little Tom Cat inspired, some aesthetics through and through. So let's see if they will allow me to do such. And if they ever do, you just have to find that out on the 31st, guys.
And of course, we'll still be giving away a couple of stuff during those streams. I believe we'll still have some gift codes and different ones at that, so you will be getting even more in-game rewards.
Yes, indeed. And of course, guys, if you want to experience the similar throwback cartoon action, this game is available to download in Google Play and the App Store. And as mentioned, prizes and rewards. To those who are currently watching here, all I have to do is follow the simple instructions that are indicated in the pinned comments, guys. And really redeem them and claim them into the respective game, so you can get to enjoy it when even though regardless if you are a starting player, at least you get to enjoy some amazing rewards.
I feel like we're allowed to claim the gift codes as well, but I haven't gone around it
Yeah,
to
me too.
maybe get some stuff for the game, so we haven't claimed ours as well. But that is something that we could do for a future stream. Maybe when I'm the one watching you guys during tomorrow, actually, when you do head over on to the ending of our group stage and find the conclusion of who then the top 8 will be here at the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational.
Hope to see you into the comment section right there. It's pretty amazing. Oh, look, that's the caster right there into the comment section. Gonna claim some prizes. But let's just wait for the results to finally come in right now, Chisto, because I'm pretty excited who was the MVP of our game from earlier.
I have a hunch that it might be a cat.
Yeah, definitely a cat. Definitely. It's either, game. It is on the side of shadows. Let's see. Maybe it could be a mouse too, because
really hard
I'm pretty
to
sure
get
it's a cat. It's a cat. I'm pretty sure because it kind of gave it during our round 2. Them garnering up some 10 points. Actually round 1, where they managed to get 10 points for the side of Team Shadow. So
It's pretty difficult actually for a mouse to get that high score because there's 4 of you fighting for those points. So it's a lot harder for the mice to maybe rack up their personal scores and maybe get that MVP reward, because a lot of the time it has been the cats that have been getting rewarded with that. And it's well deserved, honestly. It's pretty well deserved from their side. They have been the top performers here in the tournament. I've seen a lot of the teams here start off on the cat rounds, and they have been the ones carrying the torch for them, just building momentum for their side and letting them start off their mouse rounds on the right foot.
True. And it looks like there is going to still be the second half of our game right here, but this time Shadow is going to be lightning once again, and similar lineup for the side of Team Left.
I'm actually somewhat confused right now that we are still going to be playing out this second half, because I don't know if they are going to be able to catch up in terms of points. So let's see how this one will play out for both of these teams. Should be a fun one to see. Of course, Shadow already looking pretty strong, looking pretty good. We are going to be going over to Classic House, and it will be Lightning, so he will be able to cover a lot of ground here in a pretty compressed map, I should say, compared to the other ones.
Yeah, and it's your favorite skin as well, for Lightning being the tiger there. And I initially thought that your favorite was the dog in Tom's, mask or headpiece right there.
Yeah, I'm really bummed actually, because I think that dog mask for Tom is more
What?
common from Group A and Group B. We haven't
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
seen it in Group C and D.
Always seeing the disco one, disco skin for Tom, during this specific groups. But you know what? Going back into the game, still with the usual trend, it's going to be Fett with the lightning here, getting some potions from the attic, transitions himself down to the living room area. I think he already knows that there is some mouse nearby and some potions as well.
Hmm. Should be looking for that invisibility potion when he does have the opportunity to turn invisible at the start. But seems like he won't be able to find it here, as let's see, Fett gonna start this one off.
All right. So, okay. So the dynamite was thrown away again. Another potion is going to be used, but unfortunately, that is not going to be the invisibility one that he is looking for. So I guess, he will just transition himself into the utility room, not spotting any mouse at the moment. But yeah, because Sisney is invisible, so he is not going to see that with a duration of the seconds right now. But look at that, was able to get Devil Toffee into the kitchen. Just gonna transition himself into the attic, probably in the the most end of the attic area. Or no, I think he's just gonna go all out and just place him into the rocket chair here near the door.
Fett starting this off pretty well. As you can see here, the rest of the mice aren't in a good spot to rescue Devil Tuffy. So in about 30 seconds, unless they make their way all the way up to the attic, that will be one dispatch here for Shadow. I'm looking at where the potential rescuers might come from, and they're actually just not gonna go for this just yet. Basketeer Tuffy can make his way up there, but it seems like Fett will find another catch here onto one of the mice. Where does he decide to go with this one? As you can see, 3 seconds left there on Devil Tuffy. They're not going to be able to make a rescue. And that's one mice down 2 minutes into the dispatch phase. And potentially a second mouse down as well.
All right, so Musketeer Tuffy is into the kitchen area, can go for the save, but Detective Jerry is gonna put in a lot of work in terms of pushing these cheese. So Musketeer Tuffy is gonna go into the attic area. Let's see, Fett is already onto the chase, gonna transition up, teleport himself rather, or dash in into the nearby area and just heavily guard down the magician here. So helmet is gonna be used, will be going for the save successfully. It's interesting that Fett went for Mouseketeer Tuffy first before Magician Jerry. I think I understand, because if ever that he is able to catch Magician Jerry again, I think that is going to be a secure dispatch from him.
Just gonna shut the door on him to buy himself a bit of time, but it's really difficult to get away from a cat as fast as lightning right now. Door should be shut, but he doesn't go through.
Oh!
He keeps himself stuck on the same side. Unlucky there.
Cornered himself right there and into the favor of Fett right here. This forces out the Magician Jerry to go for the save, but it looks like it's gonna be Detective Jerry to be the one to go in there. So items are gonna be thrown out in hopes to find Sisney. Sisney is gonna go for the save. Let's see if he goes for the whack. Was not able to connect. It was gonna save Bombi, however, but look at this. Oh, the trade will be getting Detective Jerry, and Detective Jerry is gonna be dispatched. That is the second mouse take for Fett right here, and he is in a very comfortable position to be patient at this point.
Yeah, and just like that, Magician should be the next mouse dispatched here. It's gonna finally get grabbed onto, and there is one rocket near a wedge of cheese around the bedroom, but it seems like Fett wants to go for the one inside the dining room. Just gonna bring out one of those fish.
Yeah, to potentially see if
Oh, no.
Mouseketeer Tuffy will be going there, and the fish did its role and went into the favors of our lightning here. So with that being said, this is again another clean sweep for Shadow.
And I think this time around, Sayo, we can safely call it.
Yeah.
Shadow will be dispatching all 4 of the mice right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
We'll
that
just have to
should
wait for the
be,
clock.
yeah, it should be good game well played here for Shadow.
This time it's really fast paced with 5 minutes still on the clock. That was one of the, I think, fastest dispatch games that I've seen for the side of the cat.
I agree. One of the quicker dispatch games that we've seen, and we kept talking about this, how most of the cats will be our MVPs for these games. See here, just gonna put a mousetrap for good measure. Gonna put a trash can as well near the fish. Not the best combo, cake plus fish, but in the end, cats are gonna win. Shadow gonna move on to our top 8 despite dropping down to our lower bracket. And unfortunately for left, they will be left behind here for our tournament, as this is the end of their tournament life. You see the scores. It reflects what happened in that game. Devil Tuffy really not able to contribute as much during the entirety of that game.
Because can't really contribute at that point since he was the first one to be dispatched into our game, with Pet just really being speedy all throughout. And that being said, Chisto, this is the final say. Team Shadow is going to secure their spot onto the top 8 single eliminations, while Left still did a good job, but unfortunately the tournament journey ends here. And one more group stage and we will be heading on to the battle that most of us are actually waiting for here.
Yes, and that was a pretty dominant best of 3 despite them dropping the second game, which was very, very close. I think Shadow still deserves to be in our top 8. They will be joining the other teams that did already qualify, and that will conclude all of the best of 3s that needed to be played for today. Of course, 3 of them really hashing out who will get out of Group C, and I am now excited for what might happen tomorrow for Group D. And man, what a group stage it has been so far for this tournament.
Indeed. And later on, we will be seeing who gets to be the MVP of our game. I think it's going to be onto the cat side. Pretty sure it's, I think, Fet, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I pronounced that right, though. And yeah, Win really dispatching the mouse with the ample time, and it's really favorable into his hands. Really showed prowess, and I'm really excited how our Group D will perform, because this is like the last group stage. So this is also the last chance for me to hunt potentially who gets to dish out some very interesting picks, not really into the meta that we've established all through the previous days of our matches.
Yes, and I think that's really what we're looking forward to as the tournament moves forward, because we don't want to see the same 4 characters. We get it, they're strong. We know that they're the most effective ones if you want to win these rounds. We know it's Magician, we know it's Detective, but we want to see some diversity with these characters. We want to see every single one of them that's in the game come out here. And we're yet to see a team who's brave enough to bring out these picks that do provide a different strength to the team aside from the ones that are in the current meta.
Truly. And in a bit, we will be seeing the MVP, and as well as the scores that were, or the places rather, who gets to win, who gets to lose for today's matches, and finally the schedule for tomorrow. So tune into that in a bit, guys. But for the viewers out there, if you want to witness this action, this game is available once more onto Google Play and the App Store. And as said, it's going to be Fet with the average score of 3,368. Was a throw. He did a throw 4 hits there, and a 7.7 tied to the rocket chair, and 3.3 mice dispatch. Very interesting how you can get to dispatch the 0.3.
He dispatched 3 and a third
Yeah.
mouse. It was just the tail or something. Maybe just
For the costume.
yeah, maybe just part of the costume, one leg of the mouse, maybe. Still, it worked out. He is the MVP, and it is a pretty well-deserved one at that. And yeah, it's a pretty fun day. It has been a pretty fun evening for Group C here of the Tom and Jerry Chase Invitational.
True. And of course, shortly we will be previewing you guys the results of today's matches. And to those who are currently tuning into the stream, and for those who will be tuning in to the other days, we have this, giveaway codes for everyone, and also the lucky draw that you guys can participate and, win various prizes.
It's very easy. Like you mentioned, the prizes, very easy to claim them as well. Just need to tune into the stream. And here, guys, we see today's result. Of course, we did kick off with Space dropping Shadow down to the lower bracket and moving on to our top 8. And following that, left eliminated the Avengers from the competition. And then it was Shadow and Left who faced off against each other, and unfortunately Left just couldn't survive that long in the lower bracket, as Shadow did pick up that victory over them.
True, and of course, Space and Shadow will be proceeding into the top 8 single eliminations for the 31st. But for now, be the schedule for the next match tomorrow. D-Story versus Mr. Junior, Right versus History, and whoever wins these two specific matches will be the ones to whoever loses rather these respective matches will be the ones to fight into the lower bracket finals. That will be happening as the third match for tomorrow.
Yes, and I am looking forward to seeing you and Articuno in action tomorrow to witness who will get out of Group D.
Yep, that is true. Yes, and pretty excited for our matches today because, as you mentioned, there were some interesting fights that happened during yesterday's matches with them, so I'm excited to witness them all right now. But you know what? I think this is going to be a day for the both of us right here. As before we throw it into our hosts, once again, guys, don't forget to tune into the stream every time we go live into the Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitationals. And of course, this has been your commentators for this evening. My name's Ciora, and with me is Chisto. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, casters, for bringing us such an interesting game today. Tomorrow's game will only be more exciting. At the end, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Thank you all for watching today. Tomorrow we'll still be back with Tom and Jerry Chase group stage competition of Top Clans 2020. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in. Goodbye.